It's Tarsark 5, 1492 DR, 4 days after the full moon, and the city of Elturel has been pulled into Avernus, the first layer of the Nine Hells. 16 days ago you left Elturel for Baldur's Gate, and now you've been well rewarded for your efforts there, ridding the city of the Dead Three cultists, the Sunshine Drug, and the Vanthampa Krieg corruption. You set off south along the coast way towards the Friendly Arm Inn and Candlekeep beyond, a huge stash of wine in your bag of holding which Kenzay refused to part with, and some extra gold which Jean Lemore made by selling rugs to Snurp in the upper city and masks to Urko in Little Kalimshan. You remember a pimply messenger showing you around, and how Ethel picked up an old gold dwarf jeweler named Dunkel Ornix at the bank, who was no doubt waiting for her return with growing disappointment. And you noticed as you left that the dearth of sunshine was leading to the deaths of many a junkie in the street, unable to pass their con saves thanks to the kind efforts of you and your companions. For the journey south, Commander Portier gifted you a wagon and some horses, and so you travel now with Clancy the friendly skeleton walking near to the side, and Gennaro either walking on foot several paces behind or curled up, sweating in the back of the wagon, as he seems to have been taken by some kind of illness which the rest of you cannot explain. Marker convinced Fallister Fisk to stick with the party in case devils assail him, for he carries an otherworldly puzzle box to his master, Silvira Saficus, which you found under the Vanthampa Villa. Fisk believes the box may contain Thavius Krieg's contract with Zariel, and could provide more information about Zariel's plans, or perhaps even be reversed. Finally, out of the city, Marker, being a druid, relishes the opportunity to reconnect with nature and the moon, and reflects that he's closer than he's ever been on his personal quest. He pushes for the group to detour west to the Cloakwood Peninsula, where it seems Kenzay's brother, the Cold Man, may be farming turtles for some terrible purpose yet uncovered. Along the way, Jean Lemore plays songs of love dedicated to Mary Bell, his beloved, lost with Elturel, while Kenzay converses with the shield of the Hidden Lord, growing ever more eager to cash in on its promises of power. In Ethel's tiny hut, which looks like a sort of illusory library on the inside, Alina has a rather long dream about a giant spider, and looking out over the crater of Elturel, mourning her own passing. And that about brings us to now. So, it's your first morning after beginning travel south along the coastway. The temperature's getting much warmer as it's heading well into spring at this point, and the dirt road leads you through a landscape that alternates between hilly fields and lightly wooded areas. And you have a choice before you. You have this map, and you're kind of some way along this road down the coastway road towards the Friendly Arm Inn, and you can make a choice. You can either continue along the road with this like horse and cart to the Friendly Arm Inn, and then you can either go on to Candlekeep, or if you want to go to the peninsula, you can go around south below the Cloakwood. You can also, from the Friendly Arm Inn, or from anywhere along this road really, you can cut through the Cloakwood. Or you can go around the north part of the Cloakwood to go to the Cloakwood Peninsula that way, along the coast. And also remember, every time you sleep, you can learn spells and identify items. There's like a bunch of items in the bag of holding that haven't been identified or appraised. And I also suggest everyone go over their inventories as well, because there are several things that could be of some value in there. And don't forget that you might also have magic items that need to be recharged, which you might have forgotten about as well. But yeah, so it's 6 bells in the morning, and you all wake up feeling famished. Some of you better rested than others. What do you do next?
Marker will like to just gather the group, and he's been contemplating about the last week or so. Situations, people that we've met along the way, and he sort of sits everyone down when they've got a moment, and he sort of explains to him that his heart's leading him along the coast, possibly to find his home along the peninsula from the map that they found at the manor, but his head is actually leading him to the Friendly Arm Inn, in particular to look for Ezekiel and to question him, because he wants to find out what's happening with these turtles, that he's been collecting, even though that he might be working with the vampires, I believe that we have a common enemy, and that's the Cold Man. And this also ties back to his reading that he's had with Rahima, and she mentioned that he needs to find the soldier who serves the master of the city, which is another piece to his puzzle. So just wanted to share that with the group, that he or she, Exakla, can unlock a lot of answers, either to finding the Cold Man and also finding what happened to these turtles. So
Sorry, go.
Oh, so I think that we should head towards the friendly army this morning to see what we can find out.
Remember, you can always ask me what your character might know about a place or an area as well. Like, you know, maybe you've like read about it, or you've done some traveling yourself, or you've heard about like the landscape in certain areas. Just in case you're interested in like, you know, distance or time to get there, or if there's any dangers or whatever.
Okay, how long would the friendly inn be from where we're camping at the moment? Travel-wise?
Fallister Fisk would be able to tell you that. Let me see. So the friendly arm inn. Along the road to the friendly arm inn would probably take about probably nearly 2 days, about 1 3/4 days.
Okay.
I would normally say to follow your heart to find your home, but it does seem like this Exakla go is very important. So I support your plan to see him. Do you think he is a soldier? He or she?
I think from the note that he left in the manor, indicated that he was assembling forces to take on the Cold Man.
Ah, I see.
So, I think between the number of options that we have, one suggestion is going first to the friendly Armen for 2 reasons. One, to kind of like make sure that some of our associates who have no real leg in seeing our mutual enemy, and I'm of course referring to Fisk. Also, Gennaro is looking worse for wear, as I don't want to keep dragging him around in the kind of like the marshes of the forest. I don't want to be babysitter to him at this current juncture. And also, I think too, kind of like having them, if we can establish that the friendly army is a safer location, and then once we kind of like establish that, maybe poke around to see if anyone has any knowledge of this individual we're looking for, so we don't misunderstand who we are trying to speak to, because that would be the bane of my existence. Is like, hey, are you this so and so? Oh, of course. Hey, wait a minute, that's my name. Like hours later. Wait, then who were oh, fuck. And then once we get all that established, set up rooms for them, all that, then we can cut straight through to locate this soldier fellow, and then pulls out the Kanabo. Make good work for what's to follow.
So you would know that the friendly army inn is like, it's not like known to be a dangerous place or anything. There should be comfortable lodgings there. It's like a very old keep that's there. It's sort of converted. from an older structure, and it's known for having this big inn there. It's not dangerous, as far as you know.
I mean, obviously it's called the Friendly Armin, you know?
It could be
Dangerous places are
ironically
on it.
named.
Yeah.
No, you think you have the Friendly Leg Inn? That's
Oh, I've heard bad things about that one.
Okay, so you're heading to the Friendly Armin.
Yes. I think so.
Yes.
Okay. So you continue along the tradeway or the coastway, and you head south through these long stretches of lightly wooded countryside, peppered sparingly with clusters of rocks and boulders. And in the afternoon, after another night camping near the road, and actually, so does anyone want to have anything to eat on the day that they wake up or on the following day? If you wish to, you should use a ration or something from your packs.
Yes.
And then before we go to sleep, can I try to do identify on some of the stuff in the bag of holding?
Yeah, you can do that. You can also probably do that for the previous night if you think that you would have.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's only the two. Oh, I guess there's 3 things in here that need to be identified. The Levistus pendant and the holy symbol of Torm, right? I think.
Oh yeah, so those
There's
things
also a
are those things are just, you don't know how much they would be valuable, so I would just give you like an intelligence check. How much they would be worth? Sorry, just give you an intelligence check for those. But these things that actually say unidentified, that would maybe.
Ooh, wait. Okay. Oh, the fan. That's
I
what I was
also
looking
got I also got a winged sword pendant on a chain. I don't know if that's anything of use.
Oh, I'm not able to see my character sheet. Sorry.
That's all right. Why would that be? Where are you getting stuck?
When I go into play a character. Sorry, my bad. Please ignore me.
Okay.
You're fine.
Are boots pants like the really high Converse that are also pants? Have you seen them?
No, I've
So
never heard of
trendy.
that.
They're a nightmare. One second, let me Google really high Converse for a second. But I want to identify the boot pants.
So those things, actually with those, I'll just probably give me an intelligence check for those. You don't need to use it, identify.
Just to see. I actually, specifically, I want to identify how stylish they are, but...
That would be a wisdom check.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can identify that these things are actually like some form of galoshes. That actually I will drop in what they actually are. This is like something that mayhaps would have been nice to have identified before you went into the sewers. Because they are some kind of sewer galoshes. And yeah, they're kind of like pants connected to boots, and they would help you avoid slipping and not be poisoned by sewage.
Converse pants. They're a nightmare.
Were you trying to roll something, Jean-Maman?
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to do a 1d3 for the swarm.
Can you still use the button? Oh, right. Just do a 1d6, and then it's like 1 and 2 is a 1, 3 and 4 is a.
That makes sense.
So that's a
Yes.
3. And were you going to identify... You can use your identify spell, Ethel, if you wish.
Yeah, I'll do the fan.
Well, actually, I think you can just identify something by, like, studying it overnight. But either way, you would get your spell slot back, so it makes no difference. Okay, the fan...
Well, that identifies a ritual, too, so it...
Oh, yeah,
it's
of
not even a
course.
spell slot.
You could just spend all night doing that, What dance are
Country
you
line
doing?
dance.
Yeah,
It's
country
really
line
hard
dance.
to sleep for everyone else when I'm aggressively dancing.
I don't know. I've slept on a ship.
Okay, so the fan is... I will chuck in this fan. It is a wind fan. Which lets you cast the Gust of Wind spell.
Ooh, that's fun. Does anyone want a wind spell?
I could blow wind naturally anyway. I'm fine.
Alright, I'll take a wind spell.
Don't need magic for that. And I guess I'll give you this troll doll as well. I'm sure you would identify that.
I didn't even see we have a troll doll.
This is a troll doll that you found in like Mortlock's room.
Oh, right, yeah.
This is a talking troll doll, and after giving it a good look,
Oh, wow.
you
Oh
think
my
that you
God.
can like speak a phrase into it or something. Up to 6 phrases. And then like leave it somewhere, I think, and then it will, if you trigger it, it'll repeat the phrases. Something like that.
Do we know what it currently can say? How do we trigger the doll?
No, I was going to say, you might want to keep it quiet. We might have to reprogram it, reset it. Is there a reset button?
You don't want to try to see what it says?
No, I desperately want to know what it says.
It says, I love you, talking troll doll.
Oh, you took it. I feel so bad. Oh my God.
I vote we keep that phrase.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, me too.
How many phrases did you say? Sorry, was it?
I didn't
6
actually
phrases?
read it. I was just like going by memory. Yes, up to 6 phrases, none of which can be more than 6 words long, and you. Okay, so you give it a condition, like whenever someone picks up the doll, it says the thing that it says. So maybe you
Okay, we
worked
could pull
out that
some
by giving it a
really
hug,
creepy pranks.
by giving it a hug, it said, "I love you, talking troll doll."
Oh. I love that the troll doll is saying that to someone else. I understand it's recorded, but it's way funnier.
But yeah, and also, Mark, you might have some things in your inventory that could help on this journey as well, just in case you've forgotten.
Would that happen to be the map of shortcuts?
It could be.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the map scroll case, as I'm going through it, I'd like to withdraw the map of shortcuts from our friend. Now, I believe I can roll for this as well. A wisdom. So, I'll just call up on the screen.
Yeah. So perception check.
Okay.
Oh, I give Maka back his bedroll because apparently I still have it.
Okay, I'll drag it back in.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We teleport there.
Woo!
We all we have to take is this right and say, oh, look, we're here.
Yeah, so you find this this map buried in your map case, and you find some kind of shortcut. The road sort of like leads right around this big hill, but you realize that actually you can go up and over the hill if you kind of follow a couple of these landmarks. And so, yeah, it takes you like half the time, I guess, to get to the Friendly Arm Inn. So it only takes you like maybe a day to get there. And I'll just put this... Where is this bedroll? Marker's bedroll. And you can also sleep comfortably along the way, Marker. And so the highest perception amongst you looks like Marker as well. So Marker, you think as you're kind of coming through this lightly wooded area that you spot the battlements of what looks like a stone keep poking up over the rooftops, the treetops, sorry, to the side of the road some way ahead.
I'll definitely point that out to my friends on the road. Does that look like the Friendly Arm Inn? That
Yeah,
we believe?
from-
I might ask Fisk, yeah.
Yeah, Phallus Fisk is like, yes, indeed, I believe that is it. It is like, it is a converted keep.
Oh. I'm glad you said it. I was just going to say that's a roof.
Yes, it is actually that the keep itself, I believe, was once a stronghold of ogres or something. But the Mirror Shades, some adventurers, they conquered the place and they turned it into the Friendly Arm Inn, which it has been now for some time, for a few generations of their family, I believe.
Okay, thanks. Marker would also, as we're traveling along the road, Marker would just like to have a look around just to see if there's anything in particular, like any birds that have been following or have been hovering a couple of days into the journey. Try and... if that makes sense?
Yeah, like if there are any spies.
Yes.
I guess give me... Yeah, give me either a perception or a nature check.
Okay.
You were looking for spies.
Or a survival check. Choose between any of those three, really.
Okay.
I'm trying to think like
I'll
if
go
it would be intelligence or wisdom. I'm not sure. I guess you would know things about birds and how to tell if they are spying on you. Yeah, I'm going to say nature. Give me a nature check.
Okay, nature.
Yeah, you can identify like a variety of birds and insects and other small rodents and creatures traveling through the forest. You're always kind of aware of them. Some of them seem to sort of stop and watch as you go past, perhaps drawn to some of the nature energy that you have about you, but you don't see any evidence that you're being followed or spied on by any of them.
Okay.
These are my important rolls.
All right.
Oh, you can make someone's day not so good.
Would it be a good idea if we disguised your Marker? From this note, it looks like maybe they are not so kind to folks such as yourself. Indeed.
I think that sounds like a great idea. Actually, I might just, with my traveling cloak, as we approach, just put the hood on and cover up.
You've got this like big round shape on your back.
Yeah, that's a adventurer's backpack.
Big shield.
of
Oh
sorts.
yeah, of
Big
course.
shield.
Oh yeah, big shield.
Yeah, big shield.
Nice.
Accidentally muted myself again. I've been talking this whole time.
Oh really?
Like, all right, guys, that's fine.
Yeah.
No one's listening.
That's how my week's been going. It's fine.
Everyone's done that though.
Yeah.
Did
Said
you?
I do have a torn hessian sack we can use. So at least you can still see through it.
Yeah, because I guess you still got like a tawdry face.
Yeah.
I might have to ask JL to use some of my ink and draw like a mustache on my. I don't know, like.
Would you like it
A
in
French
the
mustache.
the style of the Northerners, or the the more of the Southern type, or with more the mutton chop?
Decisions.
Wait, I have a funny idea. What if Malka, you go into your turtle form and I just carry you like a shield? No one will know the wiser.
You are already carrying a giant gold shield.
2 shields.
Big motherfuckers.
No, I do have a good idea actually. I might but you'll have to do some talking on my behalf. I'll wild shape into a cat
Ooh, nice.
to accompany you
I was gonna ask if someone else can slide in the shell with you and wear the shell.
to the side.
Like kind of slide in
Which
from
could
the top,
also-
put my legs through the bottom.
What you could also do is wild shape into a cat that looks very similar to just cat. And just have like 2 identical cats that follow us around. So even though if we are facing against knowledgeable foes, they would still have to figure out which one is the person that transformed into the cat, and which one else is the normal cat. Throw them off.
It's also the
Or-
beginning of your cat clan, cat
That's
swarm.
what I was gonna say. This is how it begins.
Actually, who does have their familiars summoned? Is that both of you?
Good, yeah. I think
Okay. I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
All right, so you've both got a familiar out. Okay, so you continue along the road towards the keep. Marker, thoroughly disguised. Did you turn into a cat in the end?
I'll wait until we get closer. If we're in the cart, because there is a time limit on wild shape outside of combat as well. So I'll just wait till we get closer. Just hit in the cart with a cloak on, and then wild shape into a cat. Yeah.
Okay, so you're hiding there next to Gennaro. Gennaro is also like wrapped up, like like just coughs. He like leans out the window and just like vomits out the window. Like, jeez.
Yeah.
But no matter when you ask him like what's up with him, he won't tell you.
I'll hold his hair for him.
And pretty soon you come upon a walled hamlet which sits just off to one side of the coastway, where the dirt road runs through a wide plateau. It's still lightly wooded and the trees are loud with birds and insects, even though it's late in the afternoon by the time that you arrive. It's probably, maybe 5 bells. But you begin to see the odd human moving around. There's a man herding a drove of pigs, snuffling at tree roots, and a woman pushing a cart laden with sticks. And as you approach the wall, you can see the keep towering up from behind it, and the road leads directly past a large set of wooden gates. And at the gates, you see a couple of shabbily dressed small-town guards keeping a lazy watch on things. As you're approaching, maybe also Fallister suggests that you put Clancy in the back of the wagon as well, so that he doesn't cause a problem.
Okay. Fancy go to the back of the wagon.
You've stuffed all your secrets in the back of the wagon.
I like the idea that Clancy was like really being flaunted at the front of the wagon before that.
Well, you can do that.
Down, driving the wagon.
You can do that if you wish.
I don't think we wish.
So you see these 2 guards here. One of them sitting on a rock, sort of examining his boot as you approach, and the other one's leaning against the wall, like chewing on the end of a piece of grass. And he calls out to you. He's like, "Hail, travelers! Welcome to the Friendly Arm. If you're looking to enter, we request that you leave your weapons here."
all of our weapons? I say with 6 scimitars strapped to my back.
I'm afraid so. We don't allow weapons here, and also we request that all spellcasters, wizards, and clerics, it's tradition that you tie one thumb to your belt at all times whilst in the friendly arm.
Who else is in the hiding in the back besides of the carriage? So did this carriage have like a roof on it as well, like concealed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
So
like
just
a.
myself, Gennaro.
There's probably like you could probably like squeeze like 5 people in there, and then like 2 people can sit up the top. I'm imagining something like that.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
can we look up? Do we get a receipt for these weapons? I'm gonna be rightly annoyed if I come back out here. They're just, we just misplaced them. I'm sorry, sir.
We don't really have enough money for paper, but we'll certainly remember you. We got a small guardhouse with an armory, just back here. It's locked, it's guarded, it's very safe. Nothing to worry about. We'll put all your stuff together in one location.
All right, where do you want them?
All right, just over here. If you just want to unload all your weapons here, and we'll take them. We'll take them out back. At this point, Gennaro again like retches out the window, like this guy's like, "Damn, what's wrong with your friend? He doesn't look so good. Is he sick? Has he got a plague or something?"
No. I feel like he is deeply lovesick. It must be.
Lovesick.
He went to Baldur's Gate and it didn't sit right with his stomach.
Oh, I can relate to that. I've been there one time. Wasn't my cup of tea neither. Too many people,
Right.
too many noises.
So Kenway's gonna walk over to where they told him to, and he's gonna unload the 2 hand axes, the kanabo of warning, the skull flail, the dagger, the silver skull flail, the spear, and the whip onto the ground. It's just like pulling all these out. I was like, really wish I could have a receipt.
Oh my God. We're gonna have to put these we're gonna have to make some space for these. What are you, mercenaries or something?
I went to Baldur's Gate.
I'm a research librarian. I start shedding scimitars.
A re what now? Searching for something?
Yes, searching for knowledge for libraries.
Oh. Well, you sound like a spellcasting type, actually. You might want to tie your thumb to your belt. Your belt there.
Do you still want all my weapons, or do I just have to do the thumb thing?
He could he kind of like he can like see all these scimitars like strapped to your back. He's like, I'm sorry, ma'am, we are gonna still need all of those swords.
Alright, so that's 4 dragon claw scimitars, and then 2 normal scimitars, and a quarterstaff, and a flail, and then like...
Oh my God. Who are these people?
I've never used any of them.
Burke, give me a hand with all this crap. Whoa, right. Like trying to carry all this shit out through the wall. You hear him like drop a bunch of scimitars and shit. Like, have you got a rope to do that with, Ethel?
Oh no, do I?
It's very important. I don't think you do.
I don't. I give up.
So
I'm
how
just
would
like,
you do
sorry.
that then?
I'll just hold it here. I just hold my belt.
It's okay. We got some pieces of rope here. We had this problem before. He gives you like a small piece of rope, like not like a full one, but like a, like a 5 feet long one.
Thumb-sized, yeah.
Thumb-sized rope. Anybody else need some rope? Does anyone not
I
leave
need
their
some
swords? You need some rope? Certainly.
Yes.
Bert, get me some rope.
My cat is gonna wild shape into a cat. So if he hasn't, he's gonna wild shape into a cat. Whatever weapons he has on him, he wants to keep on him.
If he's gonna do that
Alina-
now, he's gonna make a fair bit of noise, like casting spells and shit, if he hasn't done it already.
I
It's
would
an ability, not a
Oh, it's an ability, true. Okay, so he just kind of like shrinks down.
Animorph style.
Ooh, creepy.
Is that where just like smaller versions of you appear, like a babushka doll, but each of them looks more cat-like until you become a cat?
Yes, yes.
Nice.
The middle ones are deeply disturbing. The half cat, half turtle.
Awesome.
Alina will put down her short sword and the bow, but keep the daggers because I'm guessing I've hidden them like in my boot and like belt loop type areas, so they'd have to like frisk me.
Okay, give me a deception check when you do that.
Okay. Let's see. My super high charisma.
Yeah, sweet. You can get away with that.
Fantastic.
The guy kind of like lifts an eyebrow as you're giving him your weapons.
I'll just like wink at him.
Seems good to me.
No, everyone doesn't carry an armory.
Yeah, that's why he's raising his eyebrow. Like everyone
I don't
else
need all
had
that
like,
garbage to kill somebody.
oh, maybe you
Did you
ought
just call my
to strap your
stomach
thumb as well.
I just need a sword.
Right. Well, it'll be safe here. You can come back and get it at any time. All right. So you head in through the gates. They kind of wave you in. And inside here, there's like a handful of wattle and daub houses and thatched roofs, and adjoining stables or two. You see what looks like a smithy. Maybe at this time you can probably still hear some like clanging rings of the hammer in the smithy. You see like maybe across the way on the other side of the hamlet there's like what looks like some kind of temple, pretty small temple. And there's like a trading post of some kind. Fallister can kind of like point some of these things out and explain what they are. And of course there's this very prominent stone keep. There doesn't appear to be much going on here, just a few like human peasants walking about, pushing carts and transporting vegetables and bales of hay and that sort of thing. But you do notice a couple of travelers emerging through the great wooden doors of the keep itself, and they're behaving in a rather jolly manner, which leads you to suspect that they might have been drinking. And the doors to the keep have been left wide open, and Fallister explains that this is the keep that kind of serves both as the residence of the hamlet's lord and as the famous friendly army in itself, which is situated on the ground floor. And as you come through here, like, yeah, these few sort of peasants that are walking about kind of stop to stare at you. In particular, you, Kenze, you might even get the occasional sort of holy symbol made in the air as people notice your devilish appearance.
You like what you say? Just like yells at the ooglers.
Whoa! They kind of like scurry off, like pull their children close.
And you should be used to this reaction, no?
Oh yeah, it's fun to scare the shit out of people.
But you've also got this horse and cart. You might need to kind of work out where you're going to leave it. You do see what looks like some stables and things.
Alright, if someone wants to work out like bed situations, I'll carry this useless lump of meat and I point to Gennaro and I'll go put him someplace where he's out of the way. Maybe get some sort of like physician on him.
Such an affectionate friend.
Yeah, Gennaro's like, kind of like follows you out of the wagon, still like looking very pale.
Mark is just running between, like, cats do, like, against their, like, friends' legs as they're walking past, like, and just... Did you say there was other familiars as well? Cat familiars?
Yeah, there's Ethel's got her cat, and there's also
I have my owl.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can
Looking
go.
at all the pets and looking over some of the compatriots, and Kenway's just like, well, we are a traveling zoo. Hmm. All we need now is sell tickets and we'll be rich.
Honestly, Cat can do a lot of cool tricks. If we ever need money, a viable option.
And you've got Clancy's physical comedy.
Yeah, Clancy slapstick comedy. It's a real rib tickler.
You really get your funny bone.
Oh man.
I'm gonna take this card over to the stable.
I'll go with.
Yeah. Clancy's a
I'll
really
tell-
humorous guy.
So the
I'll tell
stables.
Clancy to stay very still in the cot.
And he's wearing a cloak as well, so I guess he's not that obvious. But yeah, you head over to these stables. It looks like maybe it looks like an abode with an adjoining stables, and there's kind of like a pile of hay, sort of piled up on one side of it with like a pitchfork leaning there and some barrels around, and there's like this old bloke that's kind of walking around, like looks like he's just sort of cleaning up at the end of the day. And this is just like this kind of like thatched roof building, and there's like one horse just standing in one of these what do you call them, like one of these stalls. There's like probably like 4 stalls, and he kind of like stops and like looks over at you. Howdy, travelers.
Howdy. Ethel sounds
Good
deeply
day.
uncomfortable saying howdy.
Yeah.
It's like,
I gotta look at her like,
howdy to you too, sir.
You need somewhere to keep your horses.
Yes.
If you like, we can, for maybe the price of about 5 silver pieces, we can look after your horses, and you can keep your cart just around the corner here, next to the stables. We'll tie it up, make sure it's safe, keep an eye on it. Ain't get much theft around here.
perfect. I'll just hand him the 5 silver and
Thank you, ma'am.
help him move the cart, I guess.
Yeah, he kind of like, he knows what to do, sort of pulls this cart around, parks it on the side, and maybe, yeah, sort of uses like a couple of ropes to sort of tie it up. It doesn't look that safe, but puts the, at least it'll, maybe these ropes have like bells on them or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a medieval blacklock. He's like rigged up this system where he has these ropes that have bells on them. And then he kind of like draws these horses into these stalls and kind of closes them in the stalls. And he looks like pretty friendly with them. He's like patting them, getting to know them.
So where'd you come from, fella? Oh, you wouldn't believe this shit.
He can speak to horses, apparently.
The horse whisperer.
Bit of a druid. I'm a bit of a druid myself.
If anyone asks, Clancy's just like an elaborate Halloween decoration. Like, wow, look at that
What's a
skeleton.
Halloween?
Listen, I've got spooky season on the brain, okay?
No, I know.
It is an ancient custom of my people, this Hallows Eve.
Should actually tell Clancy to lay down flat and don't move on the bottom of the cart, so it just looks like a body on there.
There's probably something in the Forgotten Realms like Hallows Eve. Hallows Eve? Something like that. Maybe you see the occasional pumpkin cut into the shape of like a scary face. on some of the fronts of these houses.
A small group of children walking in front of the keep. One has multiple holes cut out of it. It's also carrying a rock.
I guess we go inside.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think.
So you're gonna go to the keep?
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Okay, so you head over to this keep through these large wooden doors, and you see this very large place. It's just basically the whole bottom floor of this keep. Very high rafters, there's multiple fires burning, lots of wood everywhere. It's a very large wooden interior, and there's like stairs on one side leading up into what Fisk explains are not only like the private residence of the Lord, but there's also like rentable lodgings up there. And there's long trestle tables laid out across the floor, and there's like one or two locals kind of sitting and eating or drinking ale from mugs. And the atmosphere feels pretty quiet. Mostly everyone you see just sort of keeps to themselves, kind of glances your way briefly, but turns away quickly. Probably don't want any trouble. Otherwise, it seems peaceful, and there's a long wooden bar at the other end of the room where an old human man cleans with a cloth. And there's also a middle-aged male gnome with curly brown hair and a very large nose, sort of scurrying around, making use of various steps and stools that have been installed so that he can reach things. Fallister kind of says, that is Birkin Mirrorshade. He is the owner of this establishment, the local lord.
I see. We should maybe first approach him about this Execula character.
Yeah, you can kind of approach the bar where this gnome is like scurrying around, turns to see you as you're coming in, and kind of stops cleaning something. Says, oh, welcome. Adventurers, please, what can I get you?
Good evening, my good sir. We are just dropping by in this neighborhood, and we would like some lodgings for this evening.
Certainly, that'd probably be about for per lodging. Probably cost you about maybe four silver pieces for the night.
Beautiful. What about maybe you could also give us a little bit of help with some information, but quietly, and we could give you perhaps 5 silver pieces each.
Also some
lodgings.
food. We need that, I think, too.
Oh yes.
Certainly.
And some food. Yes. Well, yes?
Yeah, certainly. Yes, we've got tonight. We've got some roast duck. Actually, it's a specialty that we do once a 10-day. So you're in luck there, and that would probably cost you about two silver pieces per meal, and ample ale, of course. And we get a bunch of strangers in here. So what would you like to know?
Well, have you heard of someone by the name of Mr. Ko? Mr. or Madam Execula Ko?
Execula? Can't say I remember no one by that name. Do you have a description, maybe?
1 second.
Can we
Was there
tell
a
if
description on the handout? Oh, sorry.
Can we tell if he's
What did
telling
you
the truth?
Give me an insight check.
So good.
He doesn't seem like he would have any... Like, there's nothing about him that seems suspicious.
Okay.
But speaking of suspicious, he's like,
But yeah, we have had some suspicious travelers around here lately, and especially suspicious. Kind of like yourselves, actually. Well, dangerous-looking folk. No offense meant by it.
Oh, that's a compliment.
No, none taken. Well, by some of us, none taken. What is this suspicious people like?
In recent times, we've had who we had around here. There's a stranger dragonborn that looked like some kind of spellcaster. We've also had a frightening looking, actually just recently, a pretty frightening looking dwarf man. He had like long black hair and long black braided beard, and he was pretty rude to some of the staff around here. I charged him a little bit extra for his room. But he was behaving in a mighty suspicious way, that's for sure.
In what sort of suspicious way? What did he do? It sounds like the first man, it could be someone of interest, indeed. And I'll sort of nudge Kenzei. And the second
first?
man.
oh yeah.
Yeah, the first guy was the tiefling, right?
The first guy was like a dragonborn.
Oh, sorry. My bad. I'm getting confused.
Do you know what color of his scales were for that dragonborn?
Yeah, he was golden in color.
Huh. Very interesting. I don't think we've ever come across a golden dragonborn, right?
Yes, I'm not sure.
The only thing we came across was that one foolish bloke that costed us out in front of the sauna. At the bathhouse.
Oh yeah, although that guy was like not so much a dragonborn as like a half dragon. Which is completely
Yeah, it was
different.
a worse version.
Is there anything suspicious that you were looking for, like maybe something about this character that would identify him? Well, I mean, when you ask why he was suspicious, he was keeping to himself, and he was very rude. And at one point, he was actually writing a letter, and I came up just to replace his beer, and he was very rude and kind of hid the letter from me, kind of pushed me away. This is the dwarvish man. And, I don't know, there was just something about his demeanor. He said, actually, that he was going to be going, out onto the peninsula, if you can believe it. Not many people go out there. But, yeah, that's what he said he was doing, and we found out a bit unusual.
I sort of nudged JL about, like, kind of like all this stuff. Like, bingo.
Indeed. This person sounds very interesting. Do you know where he is now?
And I suppose maybe he's out there in the peninsula. He left a couple of days back. Actually, probably like a 10-day back by now. But, yeah, he was, I don't know, there was something about him. He had a strange pendant as well. It was a pendant with like a, what do you call it? Like a sword, but like it had wings, like a silver pendant. I couldn't help but look at it. I'd never seen nothing like it before.
Are you wearing the pendant that you got, Kenzei?
No, but when we leave the establishment to go find this bastard, I'm going to.
But yeah, he was heavily armed. He had like a large, like a spiky, like a maul hanging from his belt. He was wearing like chainmail.
A mole?
A maul. This is before, of course, we took his weapons off him at the gate. But he spent the entire time walking around in his chainmail. That was the other reason I thought he was strange. He didn't take his armor off the entire time he was here. Even though we make sure there's no threats here, you know, everyone has to leave their weapons at the gate and everything, but I don't know.
Looks at Sylph, who's wielding the shield, the armor, the cloak of protection. Looks back at dude.
He like sees you doing that. He's like, well, yeah, but I mean, you just arrived. I assumed that you know, relax a bit while you were here, but he was here for a couple of days, and he was just dressed the same way every day. I swear he slept in that chainmail, although I couldn't confirm. But he also had black fingernails, like he painted his fingernails black. It's just all these things. It's just a collection of things. Like I said, we got a lot of suspicious travelers, but he in particular was especially suspicious.
Very interesting.
Got it. Writes down he shops at Hot Topic.
Ooh, yes, I love their chainmail collection. Very hot.
Oh, Spiky Mall.
Did he mention any such name or talk about kindness or some such at all?
He didn't really talk all that much, to be honest, so, yeah, no. Didn't mention no kindness. He was not a kind fellow, as I mentioned. Didn't exhibit no kindness neither.
Well, if it would be any trouble, would it be possible for one of us to have his room that he stayed in? We are very interested in this person, and it would be very useful for us.
Why? Certainly, I don't see why not. I don't think there's anyone in there at the moment, so certainly.
Just out of curiosity, do you know if you all have a local physician or someone knowledgeable of medicine? We got a sickly person right there that seems to have contracted possibly something, but Alec just points and gestures over to Narrow.
Not contagious. He's fine. Everything is fine. No plague.
Gennaro just like coughs very loudly just as you say that. Birkin's like,
I can't say we do out here. There's sometimes we get folks visiting, priests and such. Actually, you could go to the temple. The temple, they've got some services there. They might be able to help you a little bit. I don't know. That's actually.
All right, Gennaro, you're gonna start praying.
The temple is actually run by my cousin, Galeria Mirashade. It's a temple to Garl Glittergold, the gnomish god.
Repeat. Oh, okay. Okay.
Garl Glittergold.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
a mouthful.
Sorry. Sorry, forgive me. The name caught me off guard. I was like,
But yeah, when you mention healing services, I don't know why that I don't know why that escaped my mind, because our family's been here for a couple of generations, and yeah, we've always we've always run the temple as well. So yeah, you can not so much medical attention, but they might be able to cast some basic wound curing spells and lesser restoration type spells and make prayers of healing, so to speak, and those sorts of things.
all right, Gennaro, we're going to the temple to exorcise your demons. Come on. I pick them up and drag them out.
Anytime someone says exercise demons, I think of like going to the gym with your little demonic partner.
those demons are looking out of shape.
We gotta do leg day, you know? It's like
One and two. Come on, Lucifer, keep up.
Okay. Thank you very much for the information and the rooms. I'll pay him. So it's 7 silver pieces each.
If you
Which
want a
is
separate room
42?
each.
Oh, how many rooms will we need? Like 2 rooms. So,
Yeah, you-
And I don't really use a bed, so you don't have to worry too much about me.
sure. Well, yeah, let's go for 2 rooms.
I'd say you could
And-
probably fit your number of people in maybe 3 rooms.
Oh, okay.
But some of you might have to sleep on the floor.
Okay, 3 rooms. We should take this, and I will pay for the food and a little bit extra for this nice information. What does that come to?
So including so if it's 5 silver pieces each, so like 15 silver pieces for the rooms, and then what was the meals? Like probably another 3 silver pieces each, so like another 15. So like 3 gold pieces all up.
Okay.
Assuming my maths is. Feel free to question my maths. Never trust my
If
maths.
anything, we'll correct
I don't do
the
math either, so
It's too early for math.
too late for math.
So
Nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon. What do you mean it's early?
No,
So-
it's just 9 p.m. here.
Okay, it's never time.
I meant like in game.
Yeah, okay, well, Alina doesn't do math either. It doesn't matter what time it is. Too old for math.
So he scurries around the back of the big bar and rummages around behind the bar and comes back with 3 keys and gives them to you, and says,
Dinner will probably be ready around maybe 6.5 bells. And come back whenever you please. We can keep it warm, of course, for an hour or so.
Thank you very much.
So you're gonna head over to the temple.
Yeah, and kind of like go see if maybe they can fix this whatever plagues this individual.
So maybe Rhea in particular kind of like takes Gennaro's other arm, and you sort of like help him walk through this hamlet. To the sort of end of the hamlet, opposite the entryway, and you see this temple there. It's like this low, wide building made of dark clay and brick with a sort of a slate dome on the top of it. You head in there. It's like it's quite dark in there. There's no like windows or anything, and you see what looks like cheap gems and maybe even some genuine gold nuggets kind of decorating the walls. And there's a female gnome in there who's sort of dressed in I've forgotten the word for like priestly gowns. What do you call it? What does a cleric wear? Anyway, she's dressed robes. Yeah, that'll do. She's dressed in like robes. She comes over and sort of bows politely.
Welcome. What can I do for you? Oh, your friend appears to be very sick indeed. Is he okay?
For the time being, well, we brought him over because we're kind of like going on a kind of an expedition. We need someone to see if maybe you can work some prayers and miracles and whatnot, and see if maybe you can fix right up what he has and maybe exorcise some of his demons, if he has any. You know, the usual.
What are you thinking? They need some work on their legs or their upper torso?
Oh, definitely like something in here taps the head. Maybe something right here, and I kind of like pat the belly, and arms reach. I don't want to go anywhere near his head. Lord knows, don't want to get caught in the splash zone.
No, I meant the demons. You said they needed exercising. Anyway, sorry. It's an old joke of mine. It's my joke. I made it up.
Well, if you can, have them out running and kind of like give them a full mile jog, we would appreciate it.
She also notices that you're all kind of having to stoop your heads in here. It's like a pretty low building. She says,
Sorry about that. that is one of the reasons why this place is known as the Shrine of the Short. It is a gnomish, a temple to the gnomish god Glittergold, after all. I don't know if we can do much in the way of exorcising demons, but we can offer you some basic services. I can cast some basic spells like Cure Wounds, Identify, Lesser Restoration. We can do a Prayer of Healing. We can do a Remove Curse spell as well.
We might need the whole works, depending on what it plagues him. We've been through the ringer in Baldur's Gate, let me tell you. Oh, the cultists we came across, something might have afflicted him.
She kind of, sort of takes a look at him, looks up at him, and says,
Oh, well, come this way, please.
Sort of leads you through this hall a bit. It's this pretty dark hall. It's just kind of lit by candles, this like stone tile floor, and there's a bunch of these, sort of bowls of water positioned around, and various kind of stone seats and things. And she sits him down on one of these seats and kind of like splashes him with some of this water, and has like a closer look at him and says,
I've never seen something like this before. I don't know what I can do. I can try maybe a Remove Curse spell or Lesser Restoration or something. What were you thinking? It'll cost you probably about 40 gold pieces for Lesser Restoration, 90 gold pieces for a Remove Curse spell, 40 gold pieces for a Prayer of Healing.
I got 49 gold, whatever that gets me.
I can try Lesser Restoration.
Let's try that first.
Alright. So she will cast Lesser Restoration. She kind of splashes more of this water on him and kind of waves her hands about and makes a prayer to Glittergold, lifts her arms in the air and says this prayer, and this energy kind of reverberates through the room and through her and goes, sort of channels up in her hands, and she puts her hands onto Gennaro's, one on Gennaro's forehead and one on his chest, and you see this energy kind of like pulse through her arms and like pulse into him, and he kind of like lurches back and he's like and kind of like reacts quite sort of jerking around a bit, like it's not a pleasant feeling as this energy goes through his body, and then he sort of like leans over and just like retches again on the floor, and you kind of like wait around for a moment, like waiting to see if there's any improvement, but he continues to look pretty unwell. She says,
I don't know, maybe it'll take some time, maybe he'll need some rest or something.
Well, Gennaro, you did say you wanted some R&R. Well, you're gonna have to take it now.
Gennaro replies in whatever way he would reply.
It's like sickly mumbling.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to make that a yes.
Jael will, as we like going to go, I guess, Jael will like sort of put a hand on Kenzei's shoulder and be like, I never saw this soft side of you before, Kenzei. You are truly very, you have a very soft inside beneath this tough shell.
Oh, don't go saying that.
I'm gonna poke his like belly and be like, I think he's calling you fat.
What a fantastic and kind person who's not scary or mean at all. Just like devastating comments to Kenway, just like, wow, you're so kind.
He's just
Basically
looking at
Santa
you
Claus.
like, just looking at you like it's unfair to take advantage of him while he's metaphorically not present.
Meow. Ow.
Make sure you
Only have
subtract 40 gold pieces from your inventory.
Yep. At least I'm putting money into something useful instead of like, oh, I don't know, overbribing someone for information by like giving them 50 gold. I mean, I'm still in town. I could do something like that still, so.
As you sit there, I'll say that Gennaro does kind of calm down a little bit, and like maybe some of the color comes back into his face, and he looks like he's less likely to retch. Like you feel like maybe this lesser restoration spell has made him feel less immediately sick. But
Oh,
he's
good. At least I put the money to some good use.
yeah. Yeah.
Well,
He doesn't
that
look
was
as
the one
poisoned.
freebie on me. If you need. Okay. Well, that was the one freebie on me, Gennaro. If you need any more, it's coming out of your own pocket. So, anyone for lunch?
Yeah,
I could eat.
dinner time.
Just while looking at our friend who's like vomiting everywhere and just being like, yeah, food is nice.
Unaffected. Alright, so you heading back to the friendly arm inn?
Yeah.
Alright.
And as we pass everyone, I'm like, not a plague. You know, he made some really bad fish. Everything's fine. Not contagious.
People sort of look up at you as you're saying this. Like they didn't even notice before, and now they're like, ooh. Like, oh, she said apparently it ain't no plague. Oh, that's good.
What's a plague? Wait a minute.
So you head back to the friendly arm inn, and you can all sit down at some of these trestle tables, and Birkin Mirashade and his elderly human assistant come out and serve some of this food to you. I don't think you bought any alcohol or drinks or anything. I don't know if you want to do that.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, definitely. Poke a brother up.
That'll just be about probably four coppers per ale, per mug.
I give him a gold. Let's see how much he gives me. I'm not even doing the math.
What's that? 4?
It's just a lot. It's okay. You can just say a lot.
He comes back with like 40 mugs of ale.
My God.
Something like that.
Man.
No, I don't know. Yeah, he keeps your whistle wet all evening, and he even drinks a couple of beers with you, sits at the table for a while, and you know, there's like not that many customers in here, and he tells you about his family. He said, yeah, I'm a descendant, actually, of the famous adventurer and illusionist Bentley Mirashade. He's the one that renovated and re-established the inn after he had his party clear out this keep. Used to be a stronghold of an evil cleric of Baal about 100 years ago. And this hamlet formed around the inn, and Birkin and my family, including my relatives, have lived here all our lives.
Are there any Baal supporters still around?
Any bad what, sorry?
Any Baal supporters?
Oh, not that I know of. I hope not.
Not anymore.
Well, I mean, that was
Okay,
one of the
just
things I was
wondering.
suspicious about
You
with
can
that dwarfish male, actually. Because he did look like a bit of a cultist of some kind. Some of the local folks thought maybe he was an evil cultist.
They may be right.
With a couple of more drinks kind of like going through his system, he kind of like loosens up the lip. See, the reason we're looking out for him, because I assume you're a curious fellow. I look over to the bar and I kind of like look back over to him.
Absolutely, I love spinning rumors. spreading rumors. I mean, you know.
He kind of like gestures into the direction of where like Baldur Kid is. That man worked for Lvl5, one of the lords over in Baldur's Gate. And you see, and I have no idea if I got the name correct at all. I'm going with it anyway, because he's an idiot. And works for them, and they were trying to. Apparently, there was another group that was muscling in for some sort of like product and stuff, and that was kind of messing up their operations a little bit. So they hired this one to track down those people back down here. I guess they have some sort of like operation down in the peninsula area. Well, funny enough, we also want to get to the person they are hunting. So it's kind of a little bit of a race, you see, to get to them before that guy gets to them. You follow me?
Interesting. Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's actually there has been some talk about people using some kind of substance. Actually, now that you mention it, I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard about it. We don't take kindly to that sort of thing in here. That wouldn't be what's up with your friend now, would it?
I have no idea, and if it is, I'm about to whap him upside the head. Don't you worry.
He made some really bad fish, like just so bad.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the fish. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're gonna go out to the peninsula, I don't know. There's not much I can tell you except there used to be.
Marco, would you still be in cat form at this point? How long does it last? Like an hour?
Yep. Not in combat. 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
I was keeping an eye on the time as well. Yeah.
Yeah. He says.
Yeah, all I know about that area is used to be turtle communities all along the peninsula, actually. It was a traditional destination for turtles migrating from the Moonshay Isles and Cholt and that. You know, some of those western continents as well, like, Maztica and Laracond.
And Mark, you would know that turtles travel great distances until they sort of establish communities and raise young in their older age.
Yeah.
And
it's definitely got his attention as well. So he'll jump up on the lap of Alina or Ethel, since Ethel has a cat there. Maybe Alina's lap to get a closer
listen.
Yeah, closer listen.
I'll give him a pat, a good scratch under the head.
Yeah, well, apparently, most of those turtles down there were raided out of existence by orcs. There's orc tribes all around those parts, apparently. That's what I hear. I don't know why. Maybe they eat their eggs or something. But they say that the turtles do still arrive there on the shores. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're mostly killed by the orcs.
Are there still like orc tribes out there in the peninsula now, or is that mostly cleared out from what you know?
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't go out there. Well, maybe folk like yourselves could manage it, but yeah, I hear that it's teeming with orcs.
Well, at least I won't be bored.
Is there anything else out there?
Not that I know of. No, from what I hear, just yeah, that's pretty much all I know.
But also, was it was you, Jean Lemore, that asked about suspicious travelers, right? I'm pretty sure it was you. Initially. Yeah, you should have some inspiration for that. Also, I'm thinking what I'll do with inspiration is have it last until the next long rest. Which means it isn't particularly good in this case, unfortunately, Jean Lemore. But yeah, just to kind of like encourage people to use it more.
True. I've had it for a long time and I haven't used it.
Yeah. I'm thinking, I was kind of like, I could have it last until the end of the session, which I think is often how people do it, but the problem with that is if we have like, you know, like a dungeon crawl that goes for like 3 sessions, maybe you want to like reserve it to like have it in the boss fight or something like that. So yeah, I don't know, I'm thinking maybe long rest. Maybe we can see how it goes.
But yeah, I
Sounds
don't
good.
really know
Sounds
nothing
good.
more. I don't think there's much down there except for orc tribes and whatever other beasties might live out in the wilderness. But we'd probably be more worried about the Cloakwood. That's closer to where we is. That's why I found it very strange that dwarfish bloke was heading out there.
Why is he Cloakwood? Also full of orcs?
Not so much orcs, but just, you know, dangerous fae and other beasts, strange beasts. I heard about giant spiders and sometimes goblins and all kinds of weird creatures in there. I wouldn't be going in there. I had nightmares about that place.
I see. This sounds like quite the adventure. And he didn't say why he would go in?
No, he didn't say much. Like I said, I even got close to him one time when he was writing that letter, and he got very, very grumpy, pushed me out of the way and everything.
Sounds like a terrible fellow.
Yeah, I didn't like him. I'll tell you that much. And I like most everybody.
You're a good man.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, or good, whatever you like to be called, my furry friend.
Thank you. I might give Martha the cat some ale and food in like this little cat dish.
I just love the image of a rat feeding a cat, like food. He's like, it's look yeah. Hey, Mark is definitely going to have something to, maybe not something to drink, an ale, but definitely something to eat. He still can't work out his like body mass ratio to alcohol in cat form yet.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have to drink less? Like, does your body, is that how it works? Like you know, when you if you wild shape into a spider, you just have to eat like a crumb. And then if you wild shape back into human size, I think then you would become hungry. Well, then again, I don't know, because then otherwise you'd wild shape into a spider and the food that you'd eaten previously would just destroy you.
Yeah, true.
I don't know how that works. I guess it is proportional.
Well, anyway, I best be getting back to some of my duties, although I've had a couple of beers. Maybe I'll just knock off for the night. But it was nice talking to y'all.
Likewise to you, sir.
Can I tell if anybody's been like watching us or listening to our conversation at all during this time?
Yeah, give me a perception check, I think. You notice that the few people that are in here, do seem to be kind of listening on occasion. Like, from what you can tell, they might be curious. Some of them kind of stop talking and speak in hushed tones. But there's nothing that stands out in particular.
Nothing super suspicious that makes it seem.
Yeah, yeah, nothing super suspicious. And maybe also Rhea says, perhaps if Gennaro does not improve, we should stay here until he recovers. I don't know if he's going to be any good in battle, as you mentioned before. Fallister's like, or perhaps I could stay here with him. I am not exactly prepared to go and battle with orc tribes or whatever it is that you plan on doing either. I just wish to take this puzzle box to my master. Perhaps I could stay here at the Friendly Arm Inn and look after Gennaro while you make this detour. You mentioned that there might be some danger in devils coming for me because I have the box, though. And Rhea says, well, perhaps I will stay here as well, and I'll look out for the two of you, and hopefully Gennaro will recover while the rest of you look into this matter on the peninsula. Does that sound like a good idea?
Yeah, I would rather not just wait around for Gennaro to get better.
Yes, it is a good idea. I could, or maybe I can smuggle Clancy into the room. He can give back up.
Yeah, I think you can give him a command to just defend Gennaro.
Okay.
You gotta be careful though. You have to clarify who to defend against, or some nice housekeeping lady is gonna get screwed.
Rhea looks a little bit uncomfortable about having Clancy along. She's not a huge fan of having a skeleton. It gives me the creeps.
Rhea, you have not seen him. He is excellent. He wouldn't hurt a fly except unless the fly is evil fly. But he can dance. He can do comedy. JL's just gonna go on about him to Rhea.
She kind of sighs, but listens politely. So what do you do? Do you get some sleep, or there's most of the things in the place are in the hamlet are probably closing now, closing up for the night.
Did we want to take a look around the guy's room, just to double check everything?
Oh yeah, if we have his room.
Yeah, you have his room.
She'll investigate.
Fallister kind of stands up. It is this way. He's actually looking a little bit drunk himself. Kind of stumbles a bit as he this way leads you across the room to these stairs, and you walk up these loud, creaky wooden stairs up into the next level of the keep. And it looks like this area has been kind of renovated. There's stone portions of the original keep, and then there's all of these, a hallway with wooden walls and a number of doors, and you can walk down there and find a room with a number etched in it, and you can find the one that Birkin told you was Execla's room. Of course, he didn't know his name was Execla, but and you can unlock that door and have a look in there. There's it's a fairly spacious room. There's even a shabby old rug on the floor, and a desk, a writing desk, and a bed, and an old chest where you can store your stuff, except that the lock's broken. But yeah, you can give me a perception check if you want to sort of ruffle through everything.
Wait, I want to use my inspiration.
Okay. It's
It
working.
always reminds me, I'm like, oh, I could use my portent rolls, but right now they're shit. So it's like, oh well, I'll give myself a 4.
Yeah, you have like a good look through the place, and check under the mattress and check under the. What did people use for mattresses? Anyway, I guess there's just this old kind of mattress. Yeah, you look under the mattress and under the pillows and in the desk and whatnot, but you don't find anything. It looks like the room's been pretty cleaned. Birkin assured you that he didn't find anything in here either. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything that you can use.
This is also our room, right? Like
Yeah.
we got this room. Okay.
Yeah.
Because then maybe I will spend some time learning a new spell unless we have something else to be doing.
Sweet.
Mark,
Is it 100 gold?
Yeah, so it's you spend your 2 hours of the long rest basically, and you can copy any spell that you can prepare, and it takes 2 hours per spell level plus 50 gold pieces per spell level. But it's half of that if it's a divination spell.
Gotcha.
So, Mark, before we have the long rest, Mark actually wants to leave the room and just make his way out back to where the cart was.
Okay.
And actually, because he knows his wall trap isn't going to last that much longer. And there's the cat enter the back of the cart as well to rest up there.
Okay. Makes sense. As you as you like sort of climb onto the cart, these ropes with bells, maybe they're going to jingle a little bit. How do you?
Yeah. I did see him place the. I was aware that he was putting those on.
You are a cat as well, I guess, when you get
Yeah.
into the thing. So
Very light-footed.
yeah, that's probably okay. You can probably do that without causing the bells to ring. The random bell mechanism that I made up on the spot.
It's nearly like if there was a small breeze, it would be just make as much noises
Oh yeah, true.
like a cat.
He's not very clever, the owner of the stables. Oh yeah, but Ethel, what spell are you copying?
I was just trying
Or
to
learning.
decide. I think I'm gonna do Featherfall. 'Cause
Is
I don't
that
think I have that.
in? Because what do you got? You've got like a couple
It's
of.
in
books,
one of
haven't
them. It's in the spellbook 3. It's Featherfall.
Spellbook 3.
Yeah, the Necromite spellbook 3.
Sweet.
So everyone's like returning to the rooms. Oh, sorry. But it was like, as everyone starts to kind of like investigate around there, and kind of like so Kenway follows up, kind of like a little bit tipsy and drunk, kind of like comes up the stairs loudly and go like, "Alright, you go get that room. I'll look at this one," and just walks in, goes to the bed, and collapses.
Sweet. So everyone take a long rest if you need it. Maybe you get your hit die back. I mean, actually, there might be a little bit of reduced hit die action going around. I can't remember. Nope, maybe not. And
Wait,
yeah.
before our long rest, can I pull one of my tarot cards? Are those long rest or once a day? Actually, it doesn't matter. It's nighttime, so.
I think it's like per dawn or something. Once per day.
Yeah, it just feels like might as well just pull one, see what happens.
Oh, like before the night's
Yeah,
over?
before we go to bed, just be like, guys, what do you think it's gonna be? We start making bets.
Okay, give me a d20.
The one where she casts Fireball centered on herself, that'd be hilarious.
I mean, that would be perfect for all of us.
Alright, 14. You draw the Chariot. Once before the next dawn, you may dash without expending an action.
I run around the room really fast. You guys are like, wow.
and you gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Ethel has to do me.
But yeah, you have a otherwise uninterrupted sleep, and Ethel, if you learn that spell, make sure you use the... Oh yeah, you already... Did you already... Oh yeah, you already used the required gold. And yeah, you wake up the next morning feeling refreshed.
Important rules.
And you can head back down for breakfast or whatever it is that you'd like to do. Is there anything you want to do in the rooms in preparation for the day?
Like to eat.
All right, so you kind of collect in the hallway. You each like knock on each other's doors, make sure everyone's awake, and you head back down these stairs. You find that Gennaro is still looking very ill, and in fact the poison condition has even returned potentially. And it's like perhaps Rhea has gotten a big wooden bucket for him, which he's spewed in a couple of times. Fuck, he's really sick,
Nice.
isn't he? And so you head downstairs, maybe you leave him there. Fallister says, don't worry, buddy, I will bring you some food or something. And you head back downstairs, and as you head down, Alina, you see somebody sitting at one of these trestle tables, and it's very early in the morning. When do you wake up? Do you sleep in a bit? Do you kind of head down there at like four bells, or do you sleep in a bit until the sun comes up a bit more?
I'd probably get up fairly early.
Yeah, so you come down maybe around this time. It's like pretty early. The sun is like, it's just starting to get light outside. And Alina, you notice a woman sitting at one of these trestle tables. And she is a pretty tall woman with ashen skin and long white hair, partially braided. And she's dressed in black leather armor and gloves. And she turns as you come down the stairs, and you recognize her immediately as Lenari Silvermoon, your sister. And she stands up quickly as she sees you coming down the stairs. She says, finally, you stir, sister. I was about to come and wake you up.
I'm gonna be like in shock and be like, well, what? How are you here? I feel like I'm dreaming again.
I have traveled such a long way to see you. For a time, I thought you were dead.
It is really good to see you. She kind of steps forward, and things are perhaps a bit awkward between you. She sort of hesitates, but then leans in to give you a hug.
I'll hesitantly hug her back as well, especially after the dream I had the other day. I'm leery that it's a bad omen.
Do you mention the dream?
I will. After I think I'm gonna wait to see what she says, like about where she's been.
Yes, it's a long story. I'll tell you over. Perhaps have you had breakfast? I was just having something to eat myself.
Not yet. But we shall.
Who are all these people?
Who's that?
I guess like most people would be coming down the stairs, unless anyone specifically wants to be sleeping in. Maybe Kenzei had a lot to drink.
These are my fellow adventurers that gathered after El Terrell disappeared.
Yes, as you're kind of sitting down and ordering some food. Does everyone order some food? I guess you're all kind of doing this while the conversation is starting.
Yeah.
Let me know if you don't order food.
I was muted, I apologize.
That's alright.
I was actually gonna say, like, as I come down, seeing like kind of like Alina and then seeing someone else, I kind of like just look like dash between the two of them, like over and over. I was like, Alright, it's too early for this. I'm going back to bed.
I guess you guys would know who she is because you've essentially seen her, but me.
Yeah.
Like,
You would, like, recognize
when you
her.
were the full moon thing.
Yeah.
So you might be like, who's who?
Was she just you?
Yep, Gatway's gone back to bed.
Did we talk to her during the full moon too? Like, do you switch places?
No,
Just an appearance.
it's
Okay,
just
okay.
appearance. Hard to comprehend if you're not an elf.
I'm kind of an elf. I'm a little bit elf.
I've studied many elves. So please, sister, tell me where have you been?
So everyone, make sure you spend, if you want to eat something, it'd cost like probably like 2 silver pieces for a breakfast, and 4 copper pieces, 3 copper pieces for an ale. Lenari begins to tell you the tale of. She says, it's interesting you mentioned Elturel, so you know about what's happened there then.
Yes. Father was planning to start a shop, and it disappeared.
Yes, were you running the shop for him?
That had been the plan, but we hadn't gotten fully established before the town was lost.
Well, I believe that he may have been in the town, in the city, when it disappeared. I thought you were too. Until I heard otherwise.
I'm gonna kind of just look down and be in disbelief because I didn't think he was there. How do you know for sure?
Well, perhaps I better start from the beginning. Menzo Baranzan was horrible. It wasn't what I expected at all. Mother, or matron mother, Alathalira Illis, as she's called now, was quite frankly abusive. I think growing up with father, it didn't prepare me for the treatment that I received there. I was beaten, whipped. She insisted that I had to have the surface level brainwashing removed from me. It was horrible. It was too much to bear. And while I was there, I began to feel that I had made a sincere error. I began praying to Eliestre, whatever her name is. Illustrae. It's very difficult to pronounce. She's a new goddess for me, so I'm still learning.
Yeah, that one of many. That one.
Hair in the face.
But I became terrified that Loth would find out, or that the matron mother would find out. I eventually left. It was a long journey to get back out of the Underdark, but I had some idea of where to go, as I had obviously found my way there in the first place. And I went back to Deepingdale, to Lake Redruy, but father was gone. And I questioned the locals, the other people who we grew up with, and they told me that he had gone to Elturel to find you, to help you with the shop. Apparently it was supposed to be a surprise. And so I came after you to Elturel. But when I got there, it was the entire city was gone, as I guess you know. I couldn't believe it. I thought you were dead. I spent a day or two just lost. I had nowhere to go. But I heard that there had been refugees who had gone to Baldur's Gate, and I thought perhaps you had survived, so I went to Baldur's Gate, and I asked around, and I heard that there was a group of adventurers, and that you were one of them, and that you had headed south towards Candlekeep, and that's why I'm here. I thought maybe I would find you here.
I'm gonna just kind of take her hand and just be lost for words. Knowing that our father's lost and seeing her is just too much. And I'll maybe just like quietly just cry slightly, but not wanting to show the others, so I just tilt my head down. And just quietly say, I'm so sorry that you went through that, and I should have stopped you.
She also cries. She says, I should never have left. I thought I could find myself down there with Mother. It was a mistake. I know now that you and Father are my real family. If there's... What is your aim going to Candlekeep? I heard from some officials in Baldur's Gate that it had something to do with Elturel disappearing.
It's quite a long story, and I'm gonna look at her. I want to see if she's too curious.
You mean insight check? With advantage, seeing as she is your sister. She seems earnest, she seems curious and upset and very emotional. You don't get any vibe that she's acting suspiciously or anything.
I don't even know where to start.
Well, I heard that you might have some way to, I don't know, save Baldur's Gate, they said, or is there something that can be done to save Father?
I think at the moment it's a lot of wishful thinking and unknown.
And smashing heads. Definitely smashing heads.
Did you go back to bed?
Yeah, I thought you went back to bed. You've emerged again, just talking about smashing heads, I guess.
Just sheer curiosity.
Just top of the stairs. Just top of the stairs, you just do that.
You haven't even heard the conversation, it's just what you say when you wake up.
Yep. Good. It's time to smash heads.
Yes, can't say.
That's what I say every morning when I wake up, so this checks out.
He seems fun.
He's something. I don't advise getting too involved with him. I'm gonna like glare at Kensei like, I saw how you looked at me when I looked like her.
If there is any way to save our father, or even so, if you would have me back, I have nowhere else to go. I have some skills. I've traveled a long way. I would like to stay by your side wherever you would go now. You're possibly the only family I have left.
Of course. And I'll like pull her in and kind of like embrace her. And just tell her she'll always be my family no matter what.
She cries again and embraces you very tightly and thanks you for accepting her back.
Always.
JL is also going to be crying in the corner.
Aww.
I'm gonna I can't mage hand in here. It's probably a bad idea. I was gonna mage hand pat him on the back, but I was like, I'll probably scare somebody. Trying to be better, not scaring NPCs.
Did you have to have this whole reunion with one thumb tied to your belt?
Oh, yeah, like I was gonna say, I don't know if they knew that Alina was a spellcaster.
No.
But if you do that, then you'll have to tie up your thumb.
Yeah. So I made a better decision, and I didn't.
But yeah, why don't we take a midway break there?
Emotional now.
And yeah, have a little emotional midway break and meet back in 5 minutes.
Oakley dokley.
All right. See you in 5. So yeah, you take a couple of hours to eat and get to know Lanari and make sure your horses and everything are okay. Marker, you kind of wake up in the back of this wagon, feeling maybe a little bit stiff, but you're probably fairly useful to. You can just sleep in a turtle shell anyway, I guess. So you're fine.
My
then.
shell. Yeah, but there's just cat hair everywhere now.
It doesn't change back. You like.
Oh,
How does that work?
I just like shedded cat hair.
Once it's shed, it's gone. It's no longer a part of you.
Not true.
All right,
Been
so
waiting patiently eating rations.
oh yeah, if you've been eating a ration, make sure you eat a ration.
Well, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm not gonna have a ration. I might have my prosciutto and crackers in the morning, like treat myself.
Oh yeah, sweet.
So I've got that.
Nice.
I'm definitely paying for just an early meal.
Yeah, cool. I'll assume everyone else eats. And you can drink some ales, or you have the decanter. Was it a decanter?
My decanter of endless water.
Yeah, decanter.
That is
of
definitely
endless
relevant
water.
and important, and I've remembered that I had it.
Yep. Well, it just means that we no longer have to worry about whether you've had something to drink or not, I guess. But like, some of you may wish to drink ale just because that's what you do. And then yeah, you can. What do you? where do you go next? So you can. Yeah, you have a couple of. You still have some of these options in terms of whether you go through the Cloakwood, around the Cloakwood, over the Cloakwood, or you just leave altogether.
I say cut right through it.
Do we know what kind of dangers are on either route?
So you know that probably if you go anywhere not on the road, for starters, you'd need to do something with the wagon. It might kind of make it some way of the way north or south, but ultimately you've heard that it's pretty rough landscape. And you know that there are like orc tribes kind of roaming the forests and plains, and the Cloakwood itself is full of strange. There's a lot of rumors about the Cloakwood having evil fae and monsters and giant spiders and things lurking around in it.
Question: is everyone back at the cart, or are they inside still?
I'd probably say everyone's collecting at the cart at this point, so you can like chat with them. But
Does
yeah,
anyone
Gennaro.
of the knowledgeable... Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say Gennaro will stay with Fallister and Rhea until you return.
Does anyone know of the knowledgeable sword? How long it usually takes to get to the X marked spot on foot, like roughly? Just so we just cut straight through.
Mark is happy to take these map of shortcuts to see if he can identify a quicker route or safer route through.
Yeah, you would also be able to kind of study your map a bit and get an idea, like an estimate of the time it might take. Marker, if you want to give me, what kind of check do you reckon to like work out
Straight intelligence.
landscape? Yeah, well, I was gonna go with, yeah, probably intelligence. Actually, it's interesting that that map asks for a wisdom check. Yeah, give me a an intelligence check with advantage, Marker, seeing as you.
Okay, is this to use the map of shortcuts?
No, this is just to use. Oh, because actually you have cartographer's tools. So give me an intelligence check, but you can add your proficiency bonus to it as well, and give me and do it at advantage.
Okay. Yeah.
Why not? Maybe the advantage doesn't make much sense. Whatever, I've said it.
So it is said, so it is decreed.
What's the cartographer's tools? Oh, I didn't add the tools to that. Was that a D? Oh no, and my proficiency, the D4. Sorry, plus 4.
Well, that'd
so
just be an extra. Your proficiency
15.
would be like 3 now? Yeah, 3. So 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay, so with a 14, so are you trying to work out like like how quick it would be just to get there in general? Yeah. I'll say kind of looking at all routes, you can gather that if you were to go from here like around the north way, it would probably take maybe you feel like 4 or 5 days. If you were to go kind of directly through the Cloakwood, you think it might take maybe 2 or 3 days, except that you don't know like how difficult it's going to be to get through the Cloakwood itself. The locals tell you there's like some rivers running through it, and yeah, like a bunch of it's like very thick and difficult to go through. And if you go around the south, you think from the Friendly Arm it might kind of take you 3 or 4 days.
Can I use my map of shortcuts if that could reveal a quicker path through the?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But I'll say that you probably, I think, need to pick a route first, because it won't so much reveal the way as it'll reveal a way, but you'll need to choose one of those ways.
Which way? Okay. I would want to say through the forest, if there's a quicker way through the forest.
Okay.
So, I'm on the vote of just leaving the cart here and going straight to the forest. We'll let the people that are staying back, if we don't come back, like, say like a 10-day, then just take those people, head to Candlekeep, and hope that whatever they come about it works in their favor.
Yeah, I guess it depends on if we want to risk going through there or not.
Actually, okay. I might. Because through the south, just doing some measurements with the cartographer's tools, like 2 days. Towards north was about 4 days, if that, and through the middle, 1 to 2 days.
4 to 5 days north, 3 to 4 days through, and 2 to kind of around 3 days or something south.
I might ask the group, do you have any preferences which way to go that I can see if there's a quicker way? Would you prefer to go through or south?
I don't care.
Yeah, we'll go south. Then we're skipping whatever evil fae things are in the... and just dealing with orcs.
Done. We'll see if we can find a quicker way. A quicker way south.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check. That's what it was.
Check.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, does it specify perception? Yeah, give me a perception check.
It does.
I guess actually because it's like you're looking through your map case. Maybe that's why. You got so many fucking maps in there, and there's like the potential of finding a magical one. Yeah, and drawings.
I flick through the the drawing on the way to my map of shortcuts, and I see Janara in front of the Baldur's Gate. Pretend to hold it up. I'm like, oh, geez, like, you know, it's not the greatest,
Yeah,
but you know, one day, yeah, good times. One day he'll be up to speed, like up to scratch again.
This time, though you rummage through your pack, you're unable to find any maps that seem to fit the bill.
I think we still should head south, though, around south.
Yeah, I think the safer but slower bet is probably smartest. Even though I kind of want to see what's in the woods, you know. But we can go slowly.
Perhaps we should load up on rations before we go.
Yeah, there is a trading post here where you can buy. You imagine
Potions?
probably things like that.
I'll give some money to JL to purchase some rations for myself. Purchase some rations, and maybe how we as a group with potions of, I don't know if there's a potion of healing available. I think there was a few bought a couple of days ago.
I'll say that you'll soon
Yeah, I
discover
have
that
one.
there are no potions of healing available, unfortunately, at the trading post.
Okay,
Darn.
that's fine.
Yeah, you head over there. It's just this is a kind of low, flat-roofed wooden building with like just various decorations and kind of animal skulls and things decorating it. It's got like a big wooden sign that says trading post, friendly arm trading post, and there's kind of like a veranda area there with like a wooden door that rings a bell when you swing it open. And lots of people in this hamlet enjoy bells that alert you to things. And you head in there, and there's a fairly small trading post with just a bunch of kind of shelves and things lined up around the sides of the rooms, and also a couple standing in the middle and creating a couple of aisles, and you can sort of walk around there and find various food pouches and barrels and things, and various other trinkets, anything in the player's handbook, pretty much, you would be able to find there as well.
Good sirs, may I please have the 10-day of your rations, please?
Well, certainly. Here you go. Kind of goes and like opens up this barrel and pulls out a bunch of sort of dried, salted meat and stuff. And a ration. How much do rations cost? Where's the player's handbook? Rations. So for 1 day, 5 silver pieces. So 5. What is it? 2.5. So how much are you getting? 10?
10-day.
10 rations.
What?
So 50 silver pieces. Or 5 gold pieces.
I'll get like 2 of those. So
Okay.
yeah, myself and for Marco.
Alright.
I'll get some for myself.
I will also get some.
Did you say 5 gold?
Yeah.
For 10, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
am I doing that properly? Hold on. So it's 1 day of rations is 5 silver pieces. So it's like 50 silver pieces, so that's like 5 gold pieces, yeah.
Alright.
Wait, but so how many rations do you eat a day?
1.
1.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
You won't be completely. You're not. I don't think everyone's completely empty of rations. For instance,
Yeah.
we've only had like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think some of you have like
Each.
still a fair few.
I just put it in my inventory and paid the gold.
Sweet. And yeah, so you're heading around south?
Yeah.
Okay. And was there anything else that you wanted to do before you leave?
Well, to actually leave the gate to Candle's Keep, Marker can't walk out as a turtle because he never walked in as a turtle. He would like to wild shape into a mastiff.
Okay.
So yeah, because he can't. He's fully armed still, and his fingers are loose. His thumbs are loose.
Loose thumbs. Hey,
Loose thumb.
That one there's got loose thumbs. Stop him. Apprehend that turtle.
So you turn into a mastiff, and
I'll
they
trot along.
at the gate they seem kind of confused to see this dog that they didn't see on the way in.
I must not have noticed that one. That dog's got loose thumbs. Get him.
Man, if I'm ever upset with someone, I'm gonna be like, your thumbs are real loose right now. I need you to chill.
Whoa.
And yeah, so you leave. They give all of your weapons back. None of them have been stolen or anything. And you head back out onto the road. The road.
On the road again. Bum, 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 bum. On
Mastiff
the road
Marker
again.
is definitely looking for Pat.
Looking for Pats.
Looking for Pat.
And he will find them.
All right, so you continue along the tradeway, the coastway, and you head south through these long stretches of lightly wooded countryside, and you. Around south, where am I? Yeah, and so yeah, you leave Gennaro behind, and Fallister and Rhea, and you cross into like some sparser plains. These lands that are like south of the Cloakwood are dominated by lots of tall, thick grasses, and there's like lone elm and beech trees and willow encircled ponds and the occasional scattering of boulders. But as you approach the peninsula further southwest of the Cloakwood, the ground begins to become more uneven, and you can see why you wouldn't have been able to take a wagon through here. And you climb over hills and escarpments littered with sharp rocks where there's like hardy looking bushes and trees growing out at odd angles. And finally, after a couple of days travel, what was it, like 4 days travel? Where you're kind of like sleeping in amongst these rocks and stuff, and actually like if anyone wants to do anything, like Ethel, you can certainly learn more spells along the way if you choose. The weather remains like fairly, like relatively warm, it doesn't rain or anything. And you've got a tiny hut, tiny library.
Tiny hut. I would like to learn Cloud of Daggers as well, and that's a second level, so that's 100 gold, right?
Yep.
So 10 platinum?
Yes.
Okay. Gosh, being a wizard is expensive.
Yeah, it's the most expensive. It's the only one that's expensive. And,
Listen, I didn't know this when I made my character. I was still new to this, okay?
And you can also
now I'm broke.
obviously change your prepared spells, of course, when you're sleeping and everything.
Yeah.
So you continue through here, and eventually you discover a like basically a cliff. Like you come to the edge of a steep bluff, and it takes you a bit of searching to find a way down this cliff. But eventually you discover a winding, narrow path that descends through the ridge and then pours out into a vast beach of pebbles. And this extended area of pebbles and scarce, spindly trees stretches out into the distance. Puddles of salt water collect in depressions here and there and are filled with small crabs and other tiny crustaceans and sea creatures. And as you meet the ground, you discover that you can just hear waves crashing on a beach. But it sounds like it's quite a way off, and it's also difficult to see very far because there's this fog hanging over the whole area. So what do you do at this point?
Oh, are we going the right direction at least?
Yeah, so if you want to know if you're going in the right direction, probably at this point, if you want to like pick somebody who would be like a lead navigator. And
Mark will definitely
Oh.
step up to the plate with someone else wants to join.
I was gonna say probably the guy who makes maps
Yeah.
and stuff is probably. Unless you want to get lost, I'll do it. But no.
Yeah, and you also, I mean, obviously you're very motivated as well, Marco, and you have this drawing from your childhood, and kind of feel like you might be able to recognize some of these landmarks. So maybe give me a survival check.
Okay.
And do it with +3 if you want as well for the cartographer's tools.
Okay.
Those are more important rolls. I was hoping I would get a good one, and then we could just get a really good roll.
Nope.
No.
26.
Oh, but Mark could do it just fine.
Nice. Yeah, so with 26, you have a search around. You feel like you can kind of hear these waves. You've got this picture, and you know that you're looking for some landmarks. You know you're looking for like a dragon turtle skeleton, a shipwreck, and a mushroom-shaped rock. And you can, sort of find like that the whole landscape is like very slightly sloped, and you can hear the sound of waves, and you hear kind of birds and things like flying in certain directions, and you're able to lead the party through this area, and it takes you like a couple of hours. You have to sort of look around a bit. You take a couple of dead ends and things, but eventually you see in the distance what looks like this giant dragon turtle skeleton. And you can kind of like triangulate with this skeleton and with your picture, and find what looks like this shipwreck as well. Because this whole area is just sort of like pebbles. It's like this extended pebble beach, and you find this what looks like a very old, dilapidated, rotten shipwreck that's kind of landlocked. And you can work out from all of that which way this mushroom rock might be, and head over in that direction. There's like pools of water everywhere, and you're kind of like squelching through these pebbles, and you head in the direction that you think you'd triangulate from this shipwreck and whatnot. And sure enough, you come to this slightly raised area where there's earth that kind of has some grass growing in it, and you see birds nesting in some little trees and things. And you see in the distance what looks like a large, funny-shaped rock that's kind of shaped like a mushroom. You think probably what's happened is like floods have like worn away the bottom part of the rock, but they only come up so high, and it sort of leaves it shaped like a mushroom like this. And as you get closer to this mushroom rock, you spot, Marker and Kenze, you spot what looks like a tent, like an animal skin tent, and you can see some smoke kind of coming up from where this tent is into the air.
I will put on the little like medallion thing, the cross one with the sword. one thing. Just in case.
Sweet.
Yeah, the winged sword pendant.
Okay.
All Marker notices the tent and the smoke, and he first picks up that mushroom rock shaped monument. He's just rubbing his eyes. He's like, as you can see, he's like tearing up a little. But it's like he's just trying to wave it off, saying, "No, it's just the salt water in my eyes from the from the sea."
Don't worry.
This is the plane up. He's actually in a bit of disbelief. And then another wave of emotion floods over him as he sees the tent and the smoke, but he's still unsure. He's very unsure what's happening.
Yeah, this dragon turtle skeleton that's off in the distance as well. Just if anyone kind of wouldn't know what that would look like, that's like a big, like nearly like 25-foot tall, like spiked shell with this kind of spine extending through it into this large like skull with a rounded beaked like turtle face on the end of it as well. And you can, as you kind of come through here, that's sort of like off in the distance a little bit now.
Yeah, it's like a snapping turtle from hell, pretty much.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Sounds
And
awesome.
you can hear, even as you approach the mushroom rock, this kind of wind humming as it like passes through the dragon turtle shell, and it gives the whole area this kind of strange sound. Which we'll say is perhaps also partly how you found this location, Marco.
He's just really overwhelmed. Like, this is something he's been searching for his whole life. And he's just in awe. And then just to think about someone else, not so much part of his clan, but it's sort of like his altar, his religious place, and it's been defaced by these orcs. He's just trying to put all this together.
Jael might sort of come to Marco because he realizes like he's like shaken up, and might ask, Marco, have you been here before? Are you okay? Does this bring some bad memories for you?
He's like, he'll turn around to Jael and just say, these are the only memories that he has as a child growing up, before he was brutally like taken away from his family, and this is the last spot that he remembers. He's trying to block it out as a kid, as a really young kid, but he just can't. He just recalls just like all the brutality, the blood, the loss of his family here.
I'm so sorry.
Lenari comments, she's like, that explains why you would make such a major detour. I can appreciate the importance of family.
Oh yeah, we're gonna kill mine, so let's get
yeah. He'll show the others that his original drawings of these monuments that he had, and just say, look, these are the only clues that I was trying to work out all this time, which was memories of my home, as you can see. And you also mentioned that like the ink work on his shell isn't just ink work, it's actually memories of close ones that he doesn't want to lose, because he thinks that if he doesn't put them in a more permanent place, that he'll lose that memory forever.
Nice.
Yeah. So it just takes a moment.
So sweet.
And then looks up at Kenzo. Let's go.
All right, let's go kill some.
So you head towards this tent, and what you soon see is a smoking campfire, of course, and there's like a small kind of shrub there with like this line tied between it and this stick that's been stuck in the ground, and there's like a couple of fish tied up, like hanging on this stick, with like a bucket next to it with like a fish in the bucket. And how do you approach this campsite? Are you moving quietly, or are you just kind of squelching through these pebbles?
I was gonna say, like, what is the area like? Like, is it able, like, is there a way to stealth up? Like, if I'm using my cloak and kind of try to be unseen while everybody else does what they want to do?
There's like some occasional kind of hardy shrubs and some like rocks and things. You could kind of move between the shrubs and the rocks, but it would be difficult because of the sound of the pebbles. But you don't make any sound. Yeah. So you could probably move pretty damn stealthily.
Okay, I'm going to try to be stealthy and not walk up like just with everybody else, and kind of hang behind and try to be close enough to hear, but not to notice, hopefully. Okay.
Give me a stealth check.
Back down, by the way.
Actually, if we all going to move up as a party to find out, I would cast Pass Without Trace on us.
Okay.
And I'll cast that. I just want to recall how many people.
I don't know if you'll need to worry about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say you'd have advantage as well.
Okay.
But you don't really. You might as well. But.
Just for fun.
Oh, it's 30 for any creature within 30 feet of me. Has a plus 10.
So does that mean you just got a 33, Alina?
Plus, yeah, so 30.
Yeah.
Alina got 33.
Wow, okay. Fun.
If they hear you, we should be really worried about who we're going to see.
So even though Kenze,
so
you're
yeah,
like charging in, this magic that kind of envelops the group, just sort of even you are sort of like, huh, like, like it's even
like,
more
"All right,
difficult for
guys,
you to hear your own footsteps, like.
It's like, all right, guys, let's go. She walks up. Wait, I don't hear anybody. Turn around. Where'd everybody go?
I'd also maybe say, like, I can just get my owl to kind of like fly over non-suspiciously.
Okay.
To see what it sees.
Okay, so if you look through your owl sight, you can see that on the other side of the tent, like walking back to the tent, holding a sort of pile of like sticks and things, is a male dwarf who fits the description given to you previously by Birkin. He's got long black hair and long black beard and thick braids and a black hooded cloak, and he's dressed in chainmail, and there's a large maul hanging off his belt. And he kind of comes back to the tent and like dumps these sticks down next to it. Looks like it's probably firewood or something, and then kind of comes back and like opens the tent flap and goes back into this animal skin tent for a moment.
Okay, I'll just relay that information before moving forward.
All right, and so anyone who wants to use the Pass Without Trace buff, make sure you give me a stealth check with plus 10. Yeah, even though like Kenze, you're kind of moving, I suppose, a little bit automatically quieter because of this magic, if you're still just charging in, not even trying to be stealthy.
I was just gonna say, like, let me check something real quick.
The plus 10 and the little situational bonus, is that what this is?
Oh, I see.
How do I roll?
You can just add, yeah, I think it's situational bonus. I forget how that, does it give me an opportunity?
We can just see.
I think if you just
I don't
put,
think
like,
I'm gonna be quiet anyway. I actually think it might not matter.
What? Oh yeah.
I just rolled a 1, so that's what I was saying. It might not matter, but
That's
I do
still
think
13 though.
the plus 10 worked.
Remember, on an ability check, you can't get a crit or a nat one.
Auto fail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, not yet. And maybe not ever in my games, because I don't like it. But yeah. So, are you, Kenzei? Are you just trudging in?
Yeah, I'm just trudging.
Sweet. I'd be surprised if you weren't. So as you trudge in with a 13, a 19, a 31, and a 18, like, I mean, Alina is just, nobody's going to know that she's there. And actually, Jean Lemore, nobody's going to know you're there either. But this dwarf emerges from the tent. You just see his, like, head pop out, and he looks in the direction of Kenzei, just rolling in. And quickly, like, his head disappears in the tent again, and then he emerges, holding his maul in his hand.
Wait, who are you then? State your business.
That's so cute. I take it.
What? What did you say?
I'm here because we have a mutual acquaintance that we are here to eliminate. By the name of kindness.
Kindness. Right. Whom do you serve? Who are you?
I was sent here from Baldur's Gate by a woman named Tampa.
Ah, Thalemra must be what you meant.
He kind of,
I'm not much with a way of words. My resume, and I just pull out the Kanabo is this.
he sort of nods approvingly. And you see, as he also looks towards the pendant that you have hanging on your chest, he kind of lifts his hand up. You see these, like, black painted fingernails that he's got as he's sort of kind of fiddling with a pendant of his own, with a winged sword on it, silver pendant with a winged sword. And is anyone else standing there with Kenzei, or is basically everyone sort of hiding behind shrubs and rocks and things?
Marco would be not along the Alina JL sneaking path, sussing it up, so that's where he'll be heading.
Okay. So he doesn't see anyone except for Ethel. As he is feeling a bit uncomfortable, it looks like, a bit unsure, and he's kind of like looking around to see if you're by yourself, Kenzei. He notices Ethel sort of hiding behind this shrub, and part of some of your scimitars are kind of like sticking out to the side of this shrub. And he says,
There's someone else there. You don't seem to have come alone. You were sent by the master. Are you the ones I was expecting? Who's that there? Who's there hiding behind those shrubs?
Deeply ashamed by my hiding skill. Just be like, hi. I'm Ethel. Just like, you know when like a kid is hiding and they're doing such a bad job, but they think they were doing a good job? Ethel really thought she had this.
It doesn't like look towards kind of like where Ethel is coming from, but continues like to stare at the dwarf and goes like, "It's competence that we're forced to tag along with me to make sure that deed is done. I don't know why, but."
Huh. I was expecting a lot more of you. What's I suppose we better do what we're supposed to do. So tell me, what's the Van Thamper motto? If you are who you say you are.
Well, there goes that cover. Well, you know those kind of like past times where I said, you know, like, hey, we're kind of gonna do this, but we gotta play this smart? Well, I ate those words immediately.
Well, what I'll do is I'm going to give you a charisma check, basically you and Ethel, and anyone else that wants to show themselves or do anything or whatever. We'll see what happens. I'm going to set the DC at 15, but I'll say probably 13 because of the winged pendant. Except though, because well, we'll see what you say about the motto. But yeah, I'll give you a group charisma check of some kind. But what does everyone do? Maybe you can lower this DC from 13 before you take this check. So what does everyone do?
Was this on something we read? You know, I feel like. Hold on.
Is this
I wrote
like
something down.
opposed at all?
Hold
Like,
on.
is he doing like an insight check?
No. I'll just give you.
Darn,
I'll
so I
just
can't just
you
give him a 1? Fine, okay.
I got this. I'm going to show myself at the moment he asks
Okay.
and pull my hood back and say, "Stone hearts never bleed."
Ah, stone hearts never bleed.
He says it back to you, kind of, almost like bows his head.
Very good. Okay then.
And in that case, we'll say that the DC remains at 13. Does anyone else do anything?
I'm just gonna show him the signet ring from the Van Thampa house that I'm still wearing.
So, so you show him. So you've got 2 rings. I think you've got Amric's
Just
ring
the
and Thalamra's
one,
ring.
not the Duke's, because it just says signet ring. It doesn't specifically say like I took it from his room, but it doesn't say it's like a depiction of him. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't specify that it's his. That it's, you know.
Nice. Okay, I will say that the DC is
not the
now
Duke.
11.
I can see you holding out. I can see you holding out your hand, like for him to kiss it as well. Like it's the ring.
Jean Lamour's gonna put on this golden devil mask, and sort of hold his red silk handkerchief, and emerge from behind the shrub, and also say, "Stone hearts never bleed."
Also, Alina, you should definitely have inspiration for remembering the Van Thampa motto.
It also helps that I remembered it was written on the ring in the description. I was like, I know this is somewhere.
Nice.
That's pretty much remembering the motto.
Yes, he looks taken aback as this rat folk emerges from behind a rock.
Says, "Oh, how many of you are there?"
Enough.
Enough to kill.
Enough to kill, you say?
Enough to get the job done is what he means.
He looks a little bit uncertain at the enough to kill, but the enough to get the job done reassures him a little bit. And but he looks at this red handkerchief that Jean Lamour's holding and says,
A dead 3. A worshipper of Baal, is it?
Yes, indeed. Oh, the great Baal. Ooh, he is so great.
all right. Does anyone else do anything?
Mark is going to remain. He's not going to reveal himself because not yet.
Okay. All right. Give me a group deception check with a DC 10. Pretty easy.
I'm good at that.
Except if you're hiding, then yeah, Marky, you probably can't participate.
Hey!
fish.
Well,
Better than that one that I rolled today.
Wow.
I'm not, that doesn't feel good. This feels like the dice are targeting me.
That's been claimed by many a player
it's
of
just your
D&D.
day.
Kinsey. Oh yeah, there's only 5 of you. All right. He kind of relaxes. He begins to relax after this recognition of a fellow cultist and the motto and the signet ring and the pendant, of course, and also like Kinsey and Alina suggesting that they're here to kill, and he feels like, okay, it's not me that they're here to kill. He says, sort of relaxes a bit.
Right. Well, it took you long enough. You're a smaller group than expected as well. Can you handle yourselves?
I'm gonna look at him
We,
like,
of course.
are you kidding? Like, did you just make that comment? Like, offended that he's suggesting that we can't handle ourselves.
And what did you say, Kinsey?
I was just gonna say we have fought way worse and way bigger.
He nods and looks satisfied.
Right. Well, come and sit down by me fire. I've got some fish. I was just about to start cooking. If you want something to eat, it's a bit of a rough journey down here, and we can talk about what we're gonna do.
He kind of like gestures to there's like a log that he's been sitting on. There's like not much else to sit on.
Alright, I'll join him.
I will as well.
Is Marker within earshot of this?
Yeah, I'd say you could get definitely within earshot.
Okay.
With a 19 stealth check. He says,
So it's pretty early in the day.
he's like cooking up this fish by this stage. He's got this like big iron skillet and this some kind of like grill that he's like iron grill that he's put over this fire, cooking up this fish. It smells really good. You haven't eaten like anything except for like salted pork, maybe some prosciutto for several days. It's like
did the master explain the situation?
Not
She gave very few details and to just meet with you for a full explanation.
Right.
She was quite busy herself.
Yes, no, indeed, that sounds like the master. I've been waiting for reinforcements for a while. Well, here's the situation. This drug, this devil's yolk, as they call it, it's been showing up in cities and towns all along the Sword Coast. As you might have heard, it's part organic, but also part infernal. And our sources say in Avernus that it's designed to capture souls en masse. And we think it's being done on behalf of the ex-Lord of Avernus, Bel. And this is of course, directly undermining Zariel's efforts to collect souls for the Blood War. And she seems, she sees it as an attempt to usurp her by Bel. And we think also Levistus, the Lord of Stygia, is also involved.
he kind of looks at you, Kensei, as he's saying this, just as he obviously knows that you're a tiefling and you might have some understanding, but it's not necessarily because he thinks that you're a Levistus tiefling.
We think Levistus may have an agreement of some kind with Bel. He may in fact be the one responsible for making the drug. Because, so Kindness Rodihara, as he's known, is we believe a pawn of Levistus, and he's been farming these turtles for the main organic component of the drug, which is of course the eggs. And Thalamra believes that he's the one in charge of the farming operation in Faerun. After he collects the eggs, he takes them back to his hideout in the Cloakwood, and apparently we think sends them to Baldur, to the Nine Hells. And so, as you can understand, we can't have that. We've got to protect Zariel's collection of these souls for the Blood War, and prevent her from being usurped. And so that's why you're here, to help me. Now that I've found the Cold Man's lair. Sorry, he doesn't say the Cold Man. Sorry. Now that I'll find. Actually, he does say that. He's like the Cold Man. Oh, yeah. Some of the turtles at the over at the compound. They told me they call him the Cold Man because apparently he has like frost magic, and he's a pretty ruthless fellow that uses it sometimes to torture them. But anyway, so the Cold Man or Kindness, whatever you want to call him, his base is in the Cloakwood, and so we got to go and kill him. So I've been looking for him, and now I've found him, and that's why you're here to help me do that.
Fun.
Sounds like a
Work.
plan.
Mark is biting down on his fist.
For familiars, do I have to like actively, like, can I listen through them? Like, if I were to land my owl, like, near Melkai so you could talk to it,
I feel you'd
would
need to...
would it relay it to me?
You'd need to... Yeah, you can... Excuse me, you can listen through it. Wait, can you listen through it? You can look through it.
I'm not sure, that's why I was asking. So if he wanted me to ask anything, he could just tell it to the owl and I could...
So you'd need to use an action. So you're kind of like sitting there, I imagine, or standing there. You'd need to, your eyes roll back in your head, or your eyes turn white as you kind of like send your consciousness into the owl. So that might be noticed potentially. Probably look the other way or something. And just looking for, as an action, you can see through its eyes and hear what it hears. So yes.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt to do that and kind of just like be like walking around, like listening, kind of just somewhat pacing, Like I'm debating the situation, like in thought.
Okay. Cool. Yep. So you kind of find like a safe place to pace, because I think you're blind while you're doing it. And then you can sort of... I think you can probably keep pacing around.
While I'm walking.
And yeah, so your owl can kind of like perch near Marker, just in case he has anything to say.
Especially after hearing that piece.
Marco, recognizes the owl and asks Elena, how long has he been doing it for?
I'll pose the question of, how long has he been running this operation?
He says,
well, we're not exactly sure. Once there were apparently turtle communities all along the peninsula, but they were like raided out of existence when this drug first started appearing. So we think it's because of this collection of the eggs that happened. So it's been going on for a few years, many years even. We're not sure, but we do know that Kindness isn't the first to run this operation. We think there used to be a previous person running it, and they used to just capture these turtles, just hunt them. But after they hunted the turtles out of existence, we think that's why Kindness was put in charge. We believe he came up with the idea of establishing these turtle compounds. But yes, several years ago, probably, I don't know, 10, 20 years or something, they've been doing this.
What exactly happens in these compounds? They just slaughter them? Breed them?
Well, yeah, it has something to do with preventing them from being hunted out of existence. I think basically they're just collecting their eggs. But you know, it's been the area's traditionally been a destination for migrating turtles, and so we think they capture them when they come here and put them in the compound, and but perhaps they let some of them back into the wilderness. We don't really know exactly how it works, but yeah, essentially they're just farming them for their eggs. It's pretty brutal.
I'm just gonna like nod and continue pacing and go back to the owl.
I might have missed it. Does he know where these compounds are?
He, wait, so Alina just went back to the owl at that point? Oh, no, I guess if you're just asking, he hasn't... He suggested that he has spoken to these turtles at the compound, so yes, you think he probably knows where the nearby one is. Oh, and also in the letter, I believe it says... Where is it? In this letter... He says he was able to... Yeah, the livestock do not know common, but he was able to speak to them with a spell. Which, yeah, suggests that he knows where it is.
I don't like this guy. That's me saying that, not Ethel. Ethel's not just casually throwing that out there in conversation.
Yeah.
He looks at you, kind of looking at him. He's like, just sort of like looks a little bit hostile towards you as well, but doesn't say anything.
What do you know what the master plans on doing with these turtle livestocks? And he sort of spits that last word out, not very willingly.
I don't think she really cares, really. I don't think we give a fuck. We just want to take out Kindness, at least to start with. He seems to be the one in charge.
Okay, I see. So the mission is Kindness first.
So far, that's the only thing that she wanted me to do is track down Kindness. And I've uncovered some of the details of the operation. But, yeah, there's been no command from her. Actually, I haven't heard from her for some time now. She must be very busy indeed. But, as far as I know, the objective is just to kill Kindness. The Kindness has essentially employed what looks like a tribe of orcs to run the compound for him and also to protect his hideout. A local orc clan that seem to be loyal to Levistus, actually. They seem to have sworn to Levistus. And perhaps even made devil's contracts, as I'm sure all of you have, and I of course have. And so
yes, of course. Wow, we'd love to do that.
It's our view that without Kindness, these orcs probably would fall into disarray unless someone else was sent to run them, which we'll have to remain vigilant about. But we believe there are many of these compounds across Faerun that have been building up over the last couple of decades. But yeah, no particular order to do anything with this one. Just kill Kindness, that's my mission.
Let's get to it.
Onwards.
Alright, so
Marker. Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Marker wants to make his way. He actually wants to make his way towards. No. He wants to approach the tent quietly still.
Okay.
Sneak up behind him.
Sneak up behind Exekla?
A bit. Yeah, Ezekla.
So he's sitting with his back to the tent, I'd say, but you can kind of sneak around the outside of the tent and kind of try to come around from sort of his side / back. But if you're going to do that, I'll probably get another stealth check, even though you have got Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
I'll forget, like, my owl to fly in all fancy, like, to land on my arm to kind of pull his attention to me in case he's, you know,
that's not with the +10, so it's 25.
Okay.
Sweet. Okay. I was going to say Elena can help you as well, but 25 will definitely allow you to essentially come upon him from behind if that's what you wish to do.
I do. I want to wild chap into a brown bear. Tap him on the shoulder. No, I want to tap him on the shoulder so he can see me.
Yep.
As a turtle. And in that moment, wild shape into a brown bear and just maul him.
Wait! Wait a minute. We don't know where it is yet.
All right.
You jumped the gun.
Didn't he give us the directions?
No.
No, he didn't give any, but it's too late.
No.
Non-lethal damage, everyone.
All right. So the camp fire and everything isn't actually in this image. I'll just say that his tent is like this thing, and this is the campfire. And ignore the red square if you want to sort of arrange yourself where you would be according to the story. And I'll just clear that.
Maybe that's up. He doesn't know that I'm with them.
Yeah, so because he would be like if he's like sitting here, then you would kind of be coming from either there or maybe from over here. But yeah, either way, whichever you prefer.
Do I have my cat, or do I need to summon my cat again?
Oh yeah, no, you'd have your cat. So we got Cat and Luna. And also Luna.
Sorry, I was under the impression that he already told us where.
Nope.
Okay. It's gonna work out.
That's all right. You might not have. It might have been difficult for you to hear that anyway.
Sorry,
And where's Lenari?
He was trying to keep this in.
All right.
I'm glad you guys are all here to help him out from a bear attack to earn his trust.
Wow, that's so crazy that a turtle came up here right when we were talking about them. Wow.
So brown bear. Maybe you have to be.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
that's all right. I'll I don't know. It doesn't make. Yeah, like maybe there or something if you're coming at him.
Yep.
And yeah, let's roll for initiative. And so I'm going to say that because you already rolled stealth and he didn't see you coming, but he knows where everyone else is. What I'll do is I'll give you, Marker, just your own. I mean, he's surprised, but he's not surprised if everyone else kind of stands up and goes to attack him. So I'm going to sort of like flip the surprise round around and just say that basically you get your own first round. So everyone is surprised essentially, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you can edit Kedway's initiative, he has a 15 instead of a 5.
15. Okay. And make sure you roll for your familiars and everything.
Oh yeah, thanks. It's been a while since I've had Luna.
How do you do initiative from the? Are they on the combat tracker?
Yeah, just
I've forgotten how to play D&D.
That's all right. It's been like I have as well. It's been like 3 weeks. And don't forget Clancy, Anna.
I love Clancy.
Are you there, Anna?
Still my favorite character.
Right, yep. I got him.
Sweet.
And
And Marker as well. You gotta still roll for initiative as well, Marker. Did you roll maybe?
Oh, yeah, 21.
Oh, you got a 21. Oh, hold on. Why does it put you both in there? Okay. Alright, 21.
Oh, it's because you have Maka, but you don't have Maka the brown bear. That's why.
Oh, I rolled as Marker, not Brown Bear.
Oh, that's... Oh,
think
right, okay.
one
So
of
then
the-
it,
yeah.
like, kicked Marker out, did it? Okay. Oh, no. Oh, I see what's happening.
So it's
Right.
Marker the...
Okay. There we go. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so so you've come at him from behind him. You tap him on the shoulder. He turns around like, what? And just sees you standing there. His eyes go wide as you shift like an animorph into this huge brown bear. And then what do you do?
Oh, I'm as in the game, I realized that I sort of look on Kenzei's face as well as I morphed into the bear, and knowing Kenzei's like ready to rumble face, he wasn't ready to rumble, but Mark is still gonna claw and bite him.
Okay.
He's just like oh.
So
it might not just die.
he's so shocked when he sees you like transform into this bear that he kind of takes a step back and like trips over this this little rock in the ground and sort of falls backwards a little bit and kind of stumbles backwards a bit into Kenzei. And as a result, when you like swipe at him, you just like miss his head, but then you lunge forward and bite him and you get him. He's kind of like flailing his arms and you can like bite right into his arm. Nice. Okay.
Like Marcus said. Let's go. Go for it.
What did Marcus say?
I was going to say, glad you guys are there to help him from a bear attack.
Well, so you actually get a second go.
Oh yeah. In that case, I actually want to
Just get him. Just attack him.
No, he's gonna see. He's gonna. No, I'm gonna actually disengage and disappear, and just run off somewhere.
You just kind of like run back out into the into the beachy, deserty area.
So I'm gonna let him have an up attack if he wants.
Yeah, he'll definitely take an up attack.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Can I just
Swings
give him
his
a
maul
one?
at you and hits.
Yep.
But you give him a 1, Ethel?
No.
I want him to do a bad job.
Okay.
Sorry, say again.
You know, yeah, I'll just give him my 1 for my important roll, so he can't hit him anyway.
Okay. So yeah, he just like swipes at the air and misses. And
Sorry.
so everyone else, I guess you're all kind of like sitting and standing around. You haven't had a chance yet to react. What do you what do you do at this point? Just out of initiative,
God,
just tell me what you do.
That was crazy.
I'm gonna play along and just go chase after Maka because I'm also kind of pissed.
A foul creature! And run after him.
All right, yeah, Execla will, turn as well, and he'll start running after Marker. So, this is interesting. So, are you going to just sort of keep running away from this group of your own companions and Execla? Or how do you deal with that,
So
that scenario?
the idea, what I want to do is, disengage. Leave him. If he wants to, if he's still following, that's fine. Like I would. Oh look, map wise, I would actually just either transform back to myself and hide, or if need be, wild shape into another creature.
Okay. And keep in mind as well that I don't think that you know that they haven't asked for the location of things. Let me see. I mean, you did ask if you were in earshot. So, yeah, I suppose you didn't hear them ask. Yeah, like, so why have you run away? Just out of curiosity.
As I was approaching him, and the group saw that I turned into Mark a bit, they know that I'm not gonna give him a hug, tickle him.
Yeah.
And with Kenzei's reaction, they like, oh no, not yet.
Right. So you kind of gleaned from their faces that like you were doing something that they didn't support.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say then that rather than go into some sort of big chase scene, that I'm trying to think how to.
Like, also between the different animals that Maka could form into, he could easily outrun us.
But if there's going to be a moment where he's chasing after him for a while, I would like to sneak into his tent for just a minute. So I do want.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Distraction.
So Mark is, Kenzei, Rain, you got a good point. He's like, Mark has, even just as a bear, has like 40 feet movement. Yeah, I'm going to say that because of that, he chases after you for a little bit. Maybe he will kind of like run, you know, I mean, I don't know if you're exactly on the map. And I'll say that I'll take us out of initiative. And you can quickly try to go into his tent, but you don't have very long. He's going to sort of he chases Marker like through the sands and past some trees and rocks and things. And Marker quickly gets away and he kind of stops running and you see him like begin walking back. And did anyone follow him? Marker, you said that, Kenzei, you said that you followed him.
I did as well.
Yeah, but as soon as like, as soon as he kind of like retreats back and he kind of like looks around, fuck, and he kind of looks back to his exiles like, and he kind of like just shouted, he's kind of like, the hell does the gold man have like spies now? What the fuck is? Completely surprised by all, and also still of infuriated that, you know, Maka might have almost only fucked things up.
All right.
Hey,
So
there are
there's
other
a
ways
little bit
to
of
get
a-
information out of people. You don't have to be their friend. So I'm actually gonna sit down and send my cat into the tent and then look through my cat. So I feel like it's easier to explain a wandering cat than a wandering old lady.
Okay. So you're going to look through your cat's eyes and go into the tent. And I'll say that, he kind of comes back as your cat's in there. But you have a chance to look around with the cat. You see like a bedroll, maybe let me see.
I'm looking for maps and or notes on things.
Yeah, I'll say... So you see there's a coin pouch. You find as you're kind of sniffing around in there at what looks like a potion of healing. And there's... I don't think that there are any... You don't find any maps or anything like that.
Alright. And the cat will sneak back out of there. Actually, I can just dismiss the cat, I think. So it doesn't even need to come back out of the tent.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. And so he kind of comes back with the two of you that sort of went with him. Did you go with him as well, Jean Lamont?
No.
I did.
Okay. So he kind of comes back and he looks at the few of you that have remained. He's like,
What are you doing? You're here to fight, ain't you? We were attacked. You just sit around. I
got old bones. I'm running in for me.
Old bones. Who are these mercenaries that the master sent? What?
No. You see, I was helping. I was helping from afar. It is how I do my work.
Well, what were you gonna do from afar?
I literally.
I know the spells, you know. The Bard has taught me the ways. We can work.
The
serious
spellcaster.
cases.
I see. Right.
He kind of like slowly sits back down on this log that he was sitting on. But he's remaining very alert. He keeps checking over his shoulder.
What was that? It looked like one of those turtles. Did you see that?
Like I said, do you think the cold man now is like, I saw that. I
Wait,
was trying to kind of like warn you, but the thing turned into a fucking bear and like fucking confused the hell out of me.
I don't
You
think
the cold man now has like turtle spies or shit like that.
turtle spies. Perhaps he could have. If he's got something over one of them, he could have forced one of them to be a spy for him. That's yeah. That checks out. I could see how that might happen. Right. Well, I don't know why it would attack. Why it would know how it even found me, but I suppose you found me as well, but you had a map. I don't know. Must have been looking around out here for a while. It's quite strange. We'll have to remain vigilant, especially if there's one of those shape changes running about out here. It's dangerous. Might be more that we have to face aside from just these orcs.
Yeah. Wow, sorry. Well, yeah, we might have to go be quick about this. If we just stand here kind of like with our pants down, the more of them might jump us.
Indeed. Right. Oh, all right. Well, plus they know where we are now, so we better get going.
He kind of like takes like a big mouthful of fish.
Are you ready?
Let's go, kill.
Right.
Eat some fish quick too.
Good. Right, yes, we better be prepared. These bastards are savage. The livestock, they told me there's to be a culling tonight at the turtle compound. Apparently they kill off all the turtles that are too old. That's pretty brutal, so don't fuck about when we get to the cold man's lair. His orcs are loyal and merciless. He says, hey, it's this way.
Good.
It's actually the opposite way from the compound. It's in the cloakwood. It's about half a day.
And he begins like, he kind of like goes into his tent and collects a couple of things. You hear him rummaging around in there. And then he emerges.
I'm gonna say out loud, I'm just gonna scout the area quick to make sure there's no other ones and pull up my hood and send out my owl to get Malachi and kind of like get the owl to like bop him on the head with my beak like, you idiot! And then like basically circle around and make him come back and have him follow the bird.
Alright. So, you head back towards the Cloakwood, the forest that you skirted around before. And,
can I tear off tiny bits of this silk hanky so that we sort of have a little trail?
okay. Alright. So, yeah, he leads you like back up this beach and back up this ultimately back up this same route that you came down to the beach area from, and back up this bluff and everything, and towards the Cloakwood, which kind of looms before you. You pass through the borders of the Cloakwood, dominated by beeches and elms as well as other trees that seem at times almost sentient, as if they're creeping around whenever you're not looking. The trunks are tall, thick and ancient, and there are no obvious paths or landmarks to help you get your bearings. The sky quickly becomes obscured by the canopy, and all light from above is choked out until it's nearly pitch black. the air becomes still and heavy, and the cacophony of bugs, birds, and other small creatures crawling around is nearly deafening. And more than once you think you hear a twig snap or leaves rustle or mud squelch nearby, and in some cases you think perhaps it is, it may in fact be Marker trailing behind, perhaps following this trail of pieces of red handkerchief. Exekla is trying to kind of find his way through as best as he can, and he says, "I'm not sure if it was that way or that way. It looks like. Could you see anything here that looks like orcs or maybe some lizard type? I think supposedly the kindness rides on some kind of lizard type mount, like a large lizard. Can you see any evidence of any of these kinds of tracks or anything around here? I'm a bit lost." So, can everyone give me a survival check?
Sure.
Oh.
It's a pretty low DC, seeing as he's in the lead and has an idea of where to go. Oh, that's...
Okay, I think the dice are against me. That was a 2.
Ooh, we got 1, 2, 3.
That
Alright,
went
so
poorly for us.
he's like, this way you say, yeah, I suppose it does look like there's been some traffic that way. Perhaps I can see some broken sticks and things. You kind of like head off in a particular direction, and you sort of travel through this forest for some time, and it eventually becomes apparent that he's pretty lost. And he's like scratching his head and just going like, this fucking hell, I swear it was this way. You sent me the wrong way. Well, I suppose I can't really blame you. You don't, fucking hell. Maybe we better go back this way. And so you have to like head back the direction you came, and he kind of keeps looking around. And it's pretty exhausting to do all of this trekking through the cloak wood. So can everyone give me a con save?
Okay, what is happening?
Roll another. Wait a minute. You're just rolling a d. Oh no, your con's probably. Yeah, roll me another con save just to see if it is like fucked up or something.
I'm cursed.
No, it's fine.
I guess 11. Actually, that's 2 1s, so it's still
What?
still 1.
Oh. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to go with the 2, I'm afraid. The DC for the con save was 15, so anyone that didn't beat 15, you have 1 level of exhaustion. And so
How does that work?
Oh,
Is that just disadvantage on picks or something?
Yeah, so 1 level of exhaustion is... I can never remember what this is. Exhaustion
It
is
is
disadvantage
on any skill
on
check.
ability checks. Yeah, including initiative.
On ability checks.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
and
favorite.
you can give yourself exhaustion by putting a number in the exhaustion field, which is on the right side, just above the inspiration box. And keep track of it that way. Yeah. Yeah, so as he's trying to work out where to go and the time is passing, it probably all up, it takes you maybe like the rest of, like it's a good part of the day. It's maybe like, yeah, like five and a half bells. And you're all getting pretty exhausted at this point, and all of a sudden you hear this rustling in the trees all around you. And Exekla like stops, and he's like, "Shh, what was that?" and you can hear this rustling that's coming from like every direction practically, and it begins to increase in volume, and it sounds like some kind of footsteps of some sort, but like lots of them, like almost like a stampede kind of things, like stamping through the forest and making these. You hear these like kind of clicking sounds as well. Alina, it's almost reminiscent of the dream that you had with the huge spider climbing on those webs, and just as you have that thought that it reminds you of that dream, what looks like these enormous spiders emerge from the trees around you.
A bar.
So put yourselves where you would like to go in this red square. And
Now, how far will I be away from this red square?
yeah, so you would be. I will say that you would have to be like back here or something like that. Well,
that's fine.
I mean, it's probably up to
I'll
you.
be
Like,
I was
Yeah,
thinking the same.
yeah, just something like that.
Yeah.
I don't think Clancy's here.
Oh yeah, Clancy. Where's Clancy? All right.
Oh no, he's not here because he's back at the place protecting the people, wasn't it?
Well,
Oh yeah, you did say that you were going to leave him there.
Rhea didn't want him there.
I think you did say he was there. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, you said the last thing that you said was that she was there. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Unless
Okay.
you feel, well, it's up to you. I'll leave it up to you. I feel like that's probably what happened. She seemed disturbed by it, but you kind of were sort of convincing her drunkenly that it was okay for him to be there. So I don't know. It's up to you.
Send him away.
Okay. All right. So if everyone is happy where they are currently, I'll reveal the assailants as these.
Oh, where's the dwarf body, by the way?
Holy shit.
No.
Oh yeah, dwarf guy.
Eee.
Where is he?
Oh no.
I was just at a gas station. I saw the biggest spider ever, too. So
All right. So let's roll for initiative. And yeah, Xekla's like, fucking hell! We're being attacked by giant spiders! I fucking hate this
Adrian,
place!
if you would please change changes Kenway's initiative to 18, please. I would appreciate it.
Okay, 18.
my initiative is hot garbage. Supposed to be a roll.
Okay, Jean Lemore, you're up first. What do you do as these spiders emerge from the trees?
Okay. So, sorry, 1 second.
All right. So remember, it's got to go like along the lines of the grid. So if you like select the ruler, then you can move it like this, perhaps. Oh, hold on, what's happening? Okay. So maybe like that, or... I'm not sure if you're talking, Anna. I can't actually hear.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Can I not do?
Yeah, that's all right. You can not cast that if you would like. I'll say that you would have a good idea of the size of the effect of this spell.
They're really very large.
I can't hear you if you're talking. I'm not sure if you're...
Sorry. I'm gonna target that one to the north of
This one
myself.
up here?
Yep.
Okay. Is it like hard for you to talk and play at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Saving throw, wisdom save. As you insult this spider coming out of the trees. Whatever you say, it doesn't seem to be... Oh no, DC 15. What do you say to it that insults it so?
You think your legs, they are so sexy because there's 8 of them, but they're also hairy. Ugh.
All right.
I'm sorry. That's all I can come up with.
Takes 4 psychic damage. Ethel.
I'm going to cast Magic Missile at a 2nd level and just target that guy who's just closest.
Was that the same guy?
Nah, different guy.
Okay, cool.
This one.
That's, I think, 4 missiles all on the same guy.
Okay. Alright, so these missiles just fly through the air and pummel into this thing. It's like... kind of like backs up a little bit as... Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, cat.
Oh, I don't know what cat is supposed to do here. I feel like I should stop killing my cat by sending it to the enemies on its own. So... I don't think I know how to use familiars. I think they're confusing.
I mean, yeah, the cat, it just has the downside of copying an opportunity attack when it runs away. So, yeah, the idea of like waiting until these creatures are in melee with you is like probably a pretty good idea. You could like make it ready in action, ready a help action.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know you could ready a help action, so it will do that.
Okay. Ready a help action. I don't think this thing's working very well. Okay. Alright. Exekla standing there with his maul. He is going to... What is he going to do? He's just going to... As a bonus action, he's going to summon Spiritual Weapon. And he's going to summon it here. And then he's going to run in at this spider. Oh, well, actually, as part of summoning it, he'll get it to attack as well. And, oh, nice. Crit. Okay, it just takes this spider out, I expect. Spider is dead. So he will... Where was he? There. I'll say that he did that before he ran. He'll run up here. And he's going to use his maul to attack this spider. But misses. Kenzie.
Okay, we're gonna try something a little fun. I'm going to use the shield.
Okay.
I would like... Let's see how this would work. I want to spend 2 charges to cast Wall of Fire.
Nice.
Except it doesn't bring up the spell.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't bring up the spell. Hold on a second. I'll see if I have it in this thing here. No, it's not here. That's just got my stuff. Alright, I will give you Wall of Fire, I suppose, for now. And then we'll have to work out how to do that later. You should have Wall of Fire now in your spellbook. When you cast it, just tell it not to use a spell slot and it should work.
Oh, what the... Okay. Oh, okay.
Or just give you like a huge template.
it just there's like this weird like thing. Okay. Wait, is it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 60? Okay. How do I rotate? Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Let me square this around. Okay. I want to do is I'm going to cast it right. Like, let me see if I can move this screen. There we go. Oh, I lost the template. Shit. Place measurement template. Okay. Okay. I don't. See what I did. So I have to move it to like one of the corner pieces, right?
So Wall of Fire, yeah, how does that work? Because it's not like coming out. Yeah, I would say, yeah, it probably has to just start on a vertex. And then you can rotate it any way that you like, and it should, yeah. Yep.
Is that on a vertex or no?
Okay. Approximately. Yeah, yeah, that is, yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Right. And the fire portion of the heat is coming on this side. So
on
like,
which side, sorry? You should be able to ping.
On
Oh,
like
yeah, sweet.
this side.
Sweet. Okay. Alright. This big wall of flames just burst into existence, and a couple of these trees also, like, begin burning.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so each creature in its area must make a dexterity saving throw. So, like, I think it's like 10 feet away?
Is it just when they end their turn within 10 feet of it, or does it happen straight away? When the wall appears. Oh, yeah, nice. Okay, cool. Alright, so this one makes a dex save. That's the top one, so it fails. And I guess this one also is within about 10 feet, so it as well. The bottom one.
And the DC as written on the shield is 21.
Okay. So they both fail.
Yep. And I will roll 5d8.
Nice.
Woo!
Sorry, just give me a second.
Nope, you're fine.
Okay. 22. Nice. That's probably gonna... Okay. So both of them are looking like charred, and they kind of like screech in this spiderly way as they reel back as this flame appears out of nowhere and just burns them, just cooks them alive as they're just kind of standing behind this wall, not sure what to do. And they both, the way they're behaving, they look like they've been severely wounded.
Alright, and with that, I'm going to use up my movement and go over here, and I will... I will end my turn.
Okay. Alright. And that spider is the one that has a turn next, so as you kind of run up to it, it is going to... I guess it's just going to, what is that? Yeah. It just tries to bite you as you run up to it. Oh, sorry, fuck, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Well, this one's...
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, this one's going after Zexal.
It's attacking exactly. So, yeah, it bites exactly as he runs up to it, and it looks like it hits him, and it's going to do him a fair bit of damage. 22 damage, poison and piercing. Oof. And he's going to make a con save. And fails the con save. So he's poisoned. Hold on. How does it work? Damage reduces the target 0. Oh, that's just if it's 0. Okay, it's just an extra 9 damage. Fuck. I was gonna take him out, I think. All right, he goes down.
Actually, I think the extra damage is already applied to the attack.
Oh, one of those things. That makes sense, because that poison damage. So initially it's just the piercing damage.
22.
Oh, yeah, true. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
like 22 and the poison combined.
Sweet.
So.
Okay. All right. He doesn't go down.
Oh, rewrite. Yep, rewind.
He kind of like takes a knee, and you think he's about to go down, and it looks like his soul is fading away as he begins to disappear strangely. But then he kind of like pulls himself up, and he's like, ah! Readies his maul. And Marco, what do you do?
Marka wants to thank Alina for the owl, and I'm just at the back here as well, just to let you know that I'm with you. So I'm going to move into... Oh, it won't let me move.
It won't. The mod that does the tracking,
My
it
bad.
doesn't work anymore.
So I'm going to still stick to cover, but move into that position 30 feet. And then I want to cast a Moonbeam.
Okay.
Moonbeam! Just on... Which is, I think, 120 feet. Onto that spider there, the one that took the fire damage. Did you get that ping?
I wasn't paying attention. Oh, that
sorry.
one. Yep,
Sorry.
yep. I can see that.
One there, yeah.
Yep. Okay. So Moonbeam, and I cannot remember all
on
of
the
the
start
shit
of its turn.
on the start
That's
of its
okay.
turn.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's on the start of its turn. It takes the damage. So.
Sweet. Okay. Anything else?
No. That's all. Thanks.
Okay. So you see as Lenari kind of holds out both of her hands, and this energy surrounds her as she mutters some arcane words, and she begins lifting into the air. She's going to cast Fly. And she moves up into the air about 30 feet. And she... I don't think is going to do much other than that. She might kind of like fly into range. So she's going to kind of... Wait, how far can she fly? 60, was it? Oh yeah, 60 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. She's also going to fly over to here. Okay. This spider is immediately going to obviously run out of the way. And 15, 20, 30. It's going to move over to there. And it's going to try to shoot a web at Execla. And it looks like it hits. Which restrains him. I don't think it does anything else. So he's restrained. All right. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Is it the first time it moves in range of the wall of fire, or is it just if it ends its turn? I forget. It just enters the wall for the first time
if
on
it
the
ends
turn.
its turn on the like fiery side or like the burning side, it will take damage. But if it like moves through the wall, it just takes the damage, no save.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to say it doesn't do that. It's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, moves over to here, and it's going to shoot a web at Alina. So just this big sticky web just comes flying out. It kind of like turns its big bulbous butt in your direction, shoots this web out. So give me a well, no, it just automatically restrains you. Target is restrained.
Okay. Okay. I rolled for Luna, apparently. I don't know why.
And this one here is going to... It's in range of Execla. So it's going to attack Execla. Yeah, actually, it'll have advantage. Just to see if it crits. I don't think you're going to have a guide for very long, guys. Okay.
I would like to use a reaction because I think he's within 30. Oh, nope. I am without that bounds. Never mind.
All right, so this time he goes down.
He's dead.
And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give him a 50-50 chance of basically being unconscious. No, he dies. So this thing like leans down and just basically bites with its pincers, and you just see these pincers just go straight through his neck, just and his head just like literally pops into the air, and the other like spider sort of like bats his head like with one of its arms and just kind of like leaps upon him and starts like eating him. Alina.
I'm just gonna mutter, I knew this was a bad idea. How do I get out of this?
That's hilarious. I didn't expect any of this to happen. Now you're stuck in the middle of the forest.
Remember, you've got your L. Sorry.
Is this because we rolled so bad?
Yes.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't think my owl can help me get out of this though.
Also, I forget who has a level of exhaustion. But don't forget, when you attack, that you might have disadvantage.
Oh.
Were you one of the ones with exhaustion, Alina?
No.
Were you one? No, I'm sorry.
I made it through.
Nice. All right, so
I
you
rolled 18 on it.
pull yourself out of these webs, but it takes you an action to do that.
I still have my bonus action, cunning action. What can I do with that again? I can dash and disengage. Okay. I'm gonna use my bonus action to move, dash, I guess, even though I won't need the full movement.
Okay.
To get over here. Weird, my face is still in that other square. And it's like fat. That's strange. Okay.
Yeah, it does look weird. Some things have changed.
Yeah. Alright. And then end my turn.
Okay,
I can't get rid of the restraint.
Oh yeah, just there's
thingy.
there's a clear all button there now. Since the upgrade, lots of the filters are all fucked up. There you go. Okay, so this spider here is going to run back out of the way.
Actually, has a moonbeam damage started.
Oh yeah, nice. Wait, where did that moonbeam go? Oh yeah, sweet. It's still there.
Oh yeah, it's sort of green and yeah.
Okay, so
It's the entire spider.
Yeah, it is the entire spider.
Just through this gap in the trees, I guess. 11 damage. That is enough to just singe it away, what remains of it. Alright. And this one down here is going to run in 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it's going to attack the cat.
Wow. Okay.
The help, I guess.
That's fair, but
it
mean.
misses.
Oh my god! I can't believe I missed the cat.
Luna.
This has never happened before.
It looks like a tasty morsel.
She is gonna go in and provide the help action to this.
Okay.
And then disengage out.
Oh, sorry. I get what you were saying, Kenzie. That the cat actually would give the help action on the spider because of its readied action. I didn't know what you meant. Yeah, Alina, if you want to do something different, it would already have the help action. So feel free to...
I think she can fly. Like, I can't remember where she was. So I don't know if she can actually get to another spider.
She was
like,
there.
I think her flight's 60 feet.
Yeah, 60. So that's where she was. I wish they would update that mod. I love that mod that tracks your movement. So there.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just move her up there and turn.
Okay.
She's, for the record, she's high in the air. So
How high would you say?
hopefully, 30 feet.
30 feet. Okay. All right. This spider's going to attempt to bite at Kenzie, seeing as you're the first one that arrived. Misses? Okay, Jean Lemore. Top of the round. Fairy fire.
Okay. I will verify these guys.
Okay, so the square, it has to be more than 50%, if I recall my thing correctly, which I never remember.
I see. Would that get 2 of them? I think I can get 2 of them.
Yeah, more than 50%. Yes, if you move it over, you should definitely be able to get like these 2, if you want to do that. Is that a yes? Yep. Probably.
Oh, sorry,
I
yes.
don't know if you can get the other one. Okay.
Sorry.
This regal gold light bursts in their midst, and
sorry.
yes.
As a bonus action. Yep, I'd like to speak some unsettling words to this one here.
Okay. And how does that work? Is it just automatic or? Oh, it says it there. Sorry, I didn't realize you posted it. Bonus action. One creature you can see. Bardic Inspo. Okay, cool. So give me a roll of the Bardic Inspiration die. Nice. All right. So it'll make this dex save with -6. Okay. So it fails, but the first one... No, they both fail.
Sweet.
So they are fairy fired. All right. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Ethel.
Okay, whatever new update has happened keeps going da-da-da when it's like my turn, and it keeps scaring me. I have to turn down my volume.
Is it doing that for everyone?
Oh, it's letting you know,
Is
hey,
it
your
just
turn's
me?
coming up next.
Yeah, it does it for both. I like it, but it's just too loud.
Yeah, I knew I had that module, but I thought I turned the sound off. But we'll I'll have to address that later.
I'm not getting any sound from that.
Weird. A lot of things.
I'm just special then, I guess.
Every time they update, every module just dies, and then it just takes months for them to. I don't know. I don't know if it's the best concept. It seems better than maybe it is. Go ahead.
I'm a firebolt this spider near me. I don't know. I just feel like we have so much to do. I don't want to waste all my spells.
Okay. And you have advantage because it has help action. Yep.
Yeah.
23 will definitely hit.
Hooray!
Nine fire damage. Nice. You just like hit it, just kind of in the side of it. The front part of it kind of hisses at you, and sort of stomps around with its legs.
Wonderful.
Cat.
Oh, I think I'm getting the noise more times because I also have cat, so I'm getting the noise all the time. But it'll just do the help action on this spider.
Okay.
Get the Find Familiar spell. They'll be fun, they said.
Listen, I love cat. The cat 387 is my favorite cat so far. So.
All right, I am going to attack the spider that's in front of me. Normal.
Okay. Yeah, miss. Good thing you have that Kanabo of warning, or you might have all been surprised by this little spider attack. It's kind of good. As the DM, I don't have to worry about surprise usually. All right, yeah, that of course hits.
I think I want the critical hit.
Nice. 17 points of bludgeoning damage. Just all of this like black blood just goes like spraying out as you smash it with this Kanobo.
And I am done.
All right. After kind of finishing off with Execla's corpse, it just like oh yeah, so Lanari is in the air, so it's going to 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to dash over to here to Ethel. Can't do anything other than that. Marker.
Wow.
Marco will like to move his moonbeam. Let me see if I can move it. Which token do you have to click on to move it?
You want the measurement control, which is the ruler, the second one down on the left, and then you can
I was using the ones on the right. And to move it into that position. That's the one over there. It's a bit hard to see. The one above Ethel.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So just take damage on them. Start of its turn.
Okay, sweet. All right. Lanari, hovering here, sees this moonbeam like fly over towards her and land above this giant spider. She is going to move back a little bit in the air. She kind of like hovers backwards. And then she's going to cast Witch Bolt at this spider. Witch Bolt, you say? Exactly. But it misses, and this kind of like arc of energy just like goes like here, kind of just near Ethel, and you hear Lanari swear as she misses, and I don't think she can do much else. So this spider up here that is glowing gold is also going to run in 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It's going to go here, and it's going to attempt to spit a web at Jean Lamore. But misses. It just goes like... Okay, this one back here is like... It's like, you know, I mean, it's clever enough to know that it doesn't want to fuck with that fire, so it's going to run around if it can. And 15, 20, 25... 30, fuck, it's got a long way to go. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. It's going to move to there. Okay, and this one up here is going to... It's going to try, actually... It kind of moves over to here and like turns around and aims and tries to spit its web up at Lanari. How far does it go? Yeah, 30 to 60 feet. It can do that. She's only 30 in the air. I'm going to try to web her. She just goes like flying up into the air and just like lands there. Okay, Alina.
Alright, so I'm going to attack with my 2 daggers and booming blade.
Okay.
The one in front of me.
So booming blade on the first one?
Yes.
Okay. Hit. Oh yeah, so that's the 7 damage, and the... Hold on a second. Might not need it. I think 7 will probably... No, 7 and plus the sneak will do it. Nice.
Yeah.
So you cleave this thing in 2 with your electrical blade.
And then... I think I can move over here and attack with my other one.
Yep.
Attack with advantage.
Oh yeah, it's got fairy fire as well.
Nice, thank you. Buttons. There we go.
Nice.
Ooh.
7, will that do it? Yes, you take that one out as well. Cleaving left and right.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. I'll just bonus action disengage a little bit, and then end turn.
Okay. Alright, this spider here is engaged with the cat. It's not fighting anything else, and it's going to try to bite the cat.
No! I'm trying to kill my cat.
It kills the cat. Cat is dead. Cat is very
No.
dead. It just
I
reaches
was
down
so
and
excited for you to attack me with a web instead because I have my new gloves. I was so ready. Then you decided to go kill my cat.
I'm sorry.
You should be. I'll
It's,
never
after
forgive
it
you
does
for
that,
this.
it will move over to here as well. And Luna. Can you even remember the number of that cat? I don't think you can.
387, maybe.
Was it?
I have no idea.
Favorite cat.
I'm gonna provide the help action on this one over here. No, this one over here because
That one doesn't need it.
Yeah,
That one doesn't need it
has
because it's got...
moonfire, so I feel like it's gonna die.
This one.
That's okay. Help action it is to that one, and then I'll back it up.
Okay.
I feel like the moonfire is gonna take care of it here shortly.
Yeah, this owl comes in as this thing's already struggling to deal with this moonbeam and just like scratches at it, and it's just kind of like trying to like wave this thing away, this owl away with its legs as this moonbeam is like sizzling its skin. Jean Lemore.
Okay, Jean Lemore is gonna viciously mock the this guy here.
Okay. Vicious mockery. It fails. Takes 6 psychic damage. Nice. It's looking bloodied. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, Ethel.
I can do magic missile and not have range be a problem, right? Because I don't have to make an attack.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just auto hit.
I love magic missile. Why is it the best spell?
It is a good spell. Until you encounter counter spell.
Well, that's
Just
never
shield,
gonna happen,
actually.
or I will be upset. But I'll
Oh
just
yeah, or
go-
shield. Or shield.
Yeah. I'll just do all 3 on the spider that killed my cat.
Okay. Wait, is it 3? Oh, you did the other one at
That's
second
better.
level.
Okay, so
Oh, this one.
I'm distraught about my cat, and I do not very much damage.
It's alright. It's enough to take it down. Like, it's looking pretty bloodied.
Good.
Looking pissed off.
Good.
Kenzie.
Alright, I'm going to... Let's see, is it...
I like that it makes them invisible when they die now. That's good. It makes it easier.
Alright, so I'm going to run over here and attempt to hit this one.
Okay.
The first one's with advantage. Warning. Attack. Advantage. Yours.
That's a hit.
Double damage.
8 bludgeoning. Okay.
And then I'll make the second attack without it because it does not no longer have the help action.
16 hits.
Alright, cool. Oh, screw up. There we go.
Nine bludgeoning. Alright, it's looking pretty battered now. One of its legs, you just like smash one of its legs off.
Alright. And I just realized that after these attacks, I forgot it did not track the dueling damage from both those hits.
Go ahead and
So
add
that
it.
should have like a +2 to both attacks.
So another 4?
Yeah.
Did you say +2 to both?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of the dueling fighting style.
You smash off a couple of its legs. This black blood is like spraying everywhere, and it's looking like it's nearly dead.
Alright.
This one,
He's in
going to.
Moonbeam.
Oh yeah, he's in Moonbeam. So unless he takes less than 1, does he make the con? He does make the con save. But he's dead.
Oh, the concert. He's down. Okay.
Yeah, mark it.
Okay. Michael would like to move the Moonbeam down to that spider there.
Okay.
And move, sorry. I've just drew in circle by myself. Sorry. And turn, thanks.
Okay. So Lanari is going to. She's going to cast Eldritch Blast at this spider over here. Just like nice. And I think it's just reach within range makes a range. 2 beams. Okay. So I'll do one at a time. As these beams of crackling energy fly out from her hands from above and come pounding down on this spider. And that's the first one.
She does have advantage on these strikes because of the fairy fire.
Oh yeah. Did I give her advantage on that first one? Oh, it doesn't matter. But yes, advantage.
No, but it's not all correct. So
Oh, now it does matter. Okay. Wait, did I actually hit the crit button for that previous one? Because I always forget to do that. I don't think I did.
No,
I
you
just did
actually
1 to
didn't.
10. Nice. Okay, so firstly, we'll do this one, which is enough to kill it anyway, so it doesn't matter. Definitely remind me if you catch that, because I always do that for some reason, and I'm not doing it on purpose. Okay, she doesn't do anything else. Elena.
Alrighty. Booming blade just in case on the first one. You
Oh, this
never
one's
know.
dead, by the way.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
one's dead.
just kidding. I'm gonna just step down this way.
Yeah, you have advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I need to be babysat.
We'll just ignore
Good
that
thing.
one.
So do
Ignore
I.
that. That's nothing.
Oh yeah. Now I don't know how to remove. Okay. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Just do one thing at a time. Where are we? Damage hit for 8 damage. That will kill it.
Wow, sneak attack all once. Oof.
And I'm going to say at this point that this spider, this remaining spider down here, it kind of sees you destroy this final one of its family members, and it is filled with fear, and it just runs away, scurrying off into the forest.
I'm gonna yell, yeah, piss off.
Have
As it runs
emotions.
away.
It has fear at least. So yeah, and I don't know how long does the wall of fire last? Like a minute or something?
It's like 1 minute, but I think I could just say, all right, Shield. I appreciate the wall of, I appreciate the fireworks, but can we turn them down now? I think half the forest is on fire now.
No problem. And this flame disappears, but still these 2 trees are like kind of burning. But the place is like moist and moist enough that it doesn't
Ew.
catch on any
hate
other
that word.
moist trees. There's so many moist things, moist trees and moist
Oh my
undergrowth.
God.
None of these moist
Good
things.
night.
They're too moistened. And yes, you find yourself in a very moist place amongst all of these dead spiders with all of this moist, sticky webbing around on the ground.
Never in my life.
And
Would you say it's moister than an oyster?
it's definitely moister than an oyster. And
We're not friends anymore.
and
They're back.
when do we start? Yeah, let's call the session there.
Man, if you're gonna keep saying moist dispense, I'm sorry. This is my last session.
Yeah, same. I was just saying the same thing. I'm out of here. I'm thoroughly grossed out.
I'm sorry. I'll try to
Spiders and
moisten
the
the last
M word
session, the next
has
session
been-
less.
Horrible for me. Traumatized from this whole thing.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for playing. I didn't expect that outcome, so that's cool. Executor has died, and you have no idea where the fuck you are. So we'll see.
Fantastic.
We'll see what happens next.
I'm
That's my
psychic
bit.
now.
Yeah, you know that you're in the Cloakwood.
We know that we have to get there by midnight or a bunch of turtles die. So we even have a nice deadline.
No, the turtles are dying in the compound.
Oh, where are we going?
You're going to the cold man's lair, which is the opposite
I
direction
thought
from
those
the
were the
compound.
same place.
You.
So I've missed some things.
You.
Really? Was that not clear?
Don't feel bad.
I tried to even say like it's in the opposite
I'm
direction.
sure you did.
No.
But I don't. My brain ain't on it.
Apparently mine either. Don't feel bad.
Well, yeah.
Same.
Yeah, there is
Well, that
that.
means I guess if a bunch of turtles are gonna die anyway, we can take a nap.
In the middle of the spider and monster infested forest? Sure.
No,
Well, I have tiny hut. Nothing can get in there.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
But these animals know dispel magic and ho 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 ho.
Well, next week they certainly will.
This spider learned counterspell, so it's like.
This spider went to spell magic. This spider went to counterspell. This spider went to say fuck you in particular.